I did too. I had my flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Can I get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
So moved.
I do need to make an announcement. I
whoops.
apologize. Sorry about that. Supervisor Gonzalez will not be here today. It is an excused medical leave. So if you could make note on the record for that. And now, can I get a certificate of,
I'm not going to do it. No.
don't do it, don't do it.
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's 4-0. Okay, so we're going to start off today with a proclamation for celebrating the 90th year of the San Benito County Saddle Horse Show and Rodeo, which will be this June. Can I get a motion to approve the proclamation?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 4-0. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to have David come up with me. Good morning. I love all of the hats. I should have worn my hat today. I feel out of the loop. Okay, so in the matter of the proclamation celebrating June as the 90th year of the San Benito County Saddle Horse Show and Rodeo in San Benito County. The San Benito County Saddle and Horse Show and Rodeo was established in 1929. Okay, my mother-in-law is going to be 92 this year. That was before she was born, which just seems amazing right now. So anyhow, by a group of local ranchers, except for a few years of Great War and the pandemic, the Saddle and Horse Show has commenced. We're celebrating the combined local ranching history and tradition. In the San Benito County Saddle and Horse Show and Rodeo is an event that brings together family, friends, supporting businesses each year and celebrating our rich local history. San Benito County Saddle and Horse Show and Rodeo is held at Bellato Park each year, the last full weekend of June, and 2024 marks the 90th year of the San Benito County Saddle and Horse Show. The San Benito County Board of Supervisors, in recognition of this event, do hereby celebrate June 2024 as the 90th year, and we hope that everyone will attend. I will tell you, my son and I started volunteering last year, and it was a real, I almost said hoot. I kept just seeing all your hats, and I went back to living in Oregon because hoot was a big word. But what was amazing is the number of people. We got to check everyone into the main arena, and we got to meet so many great people, and it was inspiring to watch the young people, because you just don't realize all of these years the impact that this has on our youth, and I really appreciate all the dedication from each of you, and I'd love to have you say a few words.
Madam Chair and Board, it is my honor to be here today in front of you to celebrate our 90 years. I know the math doesn't math actually that well, but we did have a couple of years off. So we settled on 90 years this year. I appreciate your support. I want to see you all out there. I've got some messages here from the ladies who've got our current Miss San Benito, our new one, and our runner-up here as well that like to talk. I appreciate it. And I also expect you, Mr. Zanger, to be out there because you didn't come out last year like you're supposed to. Ooh. Yes, I'm calling them out.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gracie Scow. I am your Miss San Benito 2023. We have a couple events that we have going on this month of June. On the 22nd, we're doing our annual downtown parade. It will be pretty long. I know that waving there for a little while takes a long time. So it's really great. We have a lot of support at our downtown parade. And then during the weeks of the 28th through the 30th, or the weekend of the 28th through the 30th, we have the actual horse show itself. On Saturday afternoon, we're going to have our special needs rodeo. And that was so much fun last year, being able to see everybody actively participate. And yeah, do you guys have anything else? We also have the barbecues.
We also have our barbecue, our annual barbecue and auction. That will be taking place on Saturday as well. So hopefully you guys can get your tickets and all come out as well. And just thank you for having us all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hold on, no. We got to come on. We got these beautiful women. There's no way that we're not doing a photo. Oh, hold on, no glasses. All right here. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Yes, she's my new PIO that loves taking photos. Congratulations, you guys.
Congrats.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Wettrick, you know, I didn't show up last time because I had a teammate bail on me for the wild horse race. So if you want to take the spot and be on the team, wild horse race, I'm up for it.
Okay, so next we're going to do the proclamation declaring June 2024 as Pride Month. And can I get a motion to approve the proclamation?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So that's a 4-0, and Supervisor Kosmicki's going to present.
No.
Oh, you were a no? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I apologize. That's a 3-1. Sorry about
How's
that.
it going? How are you? Nice
Thank
to
you for
see
catching.
Nice to see you too.
All right. You know, I'm happy and proud to be here. Our county a couple years ago made a big step forward. The county board for the first time approved a proclamation in support of Pride Month. And, you know, I'm going to hand it off, and I don't want to speak too much, but just want to say it makes me think of differences and how we all have differences, and we need to really work on respecting one another, whether it's, you know, your sexual orientation or your ethnicity or your religious beliefs. It's really important that we all respect one another. And the other word that comes to mind during this month for me is just kindness, and that we're always evolving. And for me, that's just something that I personally try to work on all the time. Just none of us are perfect. I'm not for certain, but it's something that I'll be working on going forward. Just being kind as much as I possibly can. And but otherwise, just congratulations. I know there's an event coming up, but you probably want to mention that. But I'll hand it off now. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Carmen. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, members of the board and Madam Chair. My name is Louise Coombs, and I am the MHSA manager at the San Benito County Behavioral Health Department. As part of the MHSA Prevention and Early Intervention Programming, a safe space for the LGBTQ+ community has been created at the Esperanza Center in downtown Hollister for the last several years. It offers fun activities, linkage to mental health service as needed, and a warm welcome into an inclusive environment for guests, allies, and anyone else who would like to visit this safe space. In working in the Behavioral Health Department and supervising the San Benito Plus Peer Mentor Team for the last 18 months, I have grown to appreciate how members of this community face misunderstanding, prejudice, ridicule, emotional, and even physical violence, which can be so damaging to their mental health. This proclamation is presented to the Board of Supervisors to proclaim June as Pride Month in San Benito County, which is a further progressive step towards inclusivity, acceptance, and understanding for the LGBTQ+ community. And I'd like to speak on behalf of San Benito Plus, who would like to thank both the City of Hollister and the San Benito County Board of Supervisors as allies and supporters who have shown the considerable support, inclusion, and acceptance for the LGBTQ+ community. I would also like to invite everybody to join us at the family-friendly festivities coming up at our annual Pride event on June 15th. Starts at 10 o'clock at City Hall, where the progressive flag will be ceremonially raised, and then there's a rainbow march down to Dunn Park for the rest of the day until 3 o'clock. And everybody is welcome, and in fact, Colin will be speaking at that event, so everybody is welcome to join in. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just read off a few of the words of the proclamation, if that's okay. And whereas the San Benito County Board wishes to commemorate the anniversary of the Stonewall riots of our Stonewall Rebellion, which inspired the movement of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer plus civil rights in the U.S. Whereas the county is committed to ensuring the county is a welcoming, inclusive, and safe community for the LGBTQ plus families, friends, neighbors, coworkers, and whereas we affirm our support for LGBTQ plus residents in our community and stand with them to protect their civil rights and their ability to live openly, equally, and without fear. And now therefore be it proclaimed that the San Benito County Board do recognize and proclaim the month of June 2024 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month and urge residents to actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice. Thank you very much for being here. Hold that up.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's hold that.
Turn that around.
Here we go. Perfect.
Thank you.
Pardon me. Okay, so now we're going to go to department head announcements. Deputy CAO Ring, do you have any announcements?
Yes, there are 3 announcements can be made. I believe County Council David Prentice will be first.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, I have an urgency item that I think the board needs to hear today. It's an public employee evaluation position as CAO. Information came to my attention just yesterday. It needs to be discussed with you before the next meeting.
Okay, do we need to take a motion on that?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a motion to add the urgency item?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's a 4-0. Okay, any other announcements?
Yes, there was one from Melinda Casillas and also from Steve Loop.
Okay, great.
Good morning. Melinda Casillas, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. I just wanted to let you know that we are currently remodeling our lobby, and so our main entrance will be closed. Our main entrance will be closed. However, we have an interest at the back of the building. We have lots of signs and flags to direct you to the back of the building, and we can help you with your payments through the back of the building. Quite a few people have already found us there. And then finally, June 30th is the end of our fiscal year for property taxes. And so anything that was due on or before June 30th becomes delinquent on July 1st, and it starts earning interest on the unpaid balances. So if you're able to come in, mail, call us, whatever, with any concerns or questions, please do so, and hopefully it'll save you from having to pay interest. That was my announcements for this morning.
Melinda, do you know how long your construction's going to be?
We should be finished by the end of June.
Okay.
That's the target date right now. I think they're a little bit ahead of schedule, but things do come up. So we're looking at the end of June.
Okay, great.
But I'll let you know for sure.
Yes.
Melinda, does this affect the assessor's office as well?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it does.
Okay, just wanted to make
Good
sure.
So the
clarification. I didn't
main
even think about it.
entrance was for the treasurer, tax collector, and the assessor. And all of those now need to come to the back door around the back of the building, and there's lots of signs. And we can also help you with the assessor, with whatever assessor information that you need.
Great. Thanks so much.
Correcting me on that one.
Okay, and so now Steve Loop is going to give us an update.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, Board, members of the public. I'm Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. And so we have item 1.18 on the agenda today, but Public Works is requesting to pull it from today's agenda and place it on the June 18th board agenda because the applicant's project manager is not able to attend today. So we just want to pull the item and put it on the June 18th.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat the number one more time for me?
1.18
Okay, 118, okay.
on consent.
Do we have the right to still consider that item if we want to, or to discuss it? Legal?
What was the question?
The item, the 1.18?
I didn't.
It was requested to be pulled by the
Yes.
Public Works because the project applicant wasn't here. The project applicant wasn't here last time either, so I don't really see the relevance.
It's up to the board. It's a vote, so you either approve it or you don't.
So approve to poll or not poll?
Yes.
Because I'd still like to consider it and discuss it and vote on it.
Okay, is there a motion to keep it on the agenda? I mean, I'm assuming that's the motion
Yeah,
that would be required?
Either way, either pull it as requested or deny the request.
Okay, is there a motion to pull the item, or I guess leave the item, since that's what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, I just would prefer that I just don't see the reasoning. I understand Steve's just doing his job here. This isn't on Steve. It's been requested by the applicant, but the applicant wasn't here last time, so I just don't quite understand why we're not just.
So are you going to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to keep it, to not pull it, I guess.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. So with a 2-2, that is
The motion fails.
fails. So since the motion was to not pull it, it fails to not pull it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Making sure I just have this down right.
Okay.
Okay, so it's pulled.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
And I'm having a technical problem. Is our IT here right now? I'm really sorry. I can't. It repaired itself.
I just had an additional question on that, just because this is kind of a new thing, we all learn here. As far as pulling something like that from the agenda, don't we, it's on the agenda, it's agendized, so don't we have the right to hear it? And people have shown up to speak on the item. Don't they have the right to speak on the item? I mean, people took time out of their day to come down here, and there is no real justification for this being pulled other than the fact that Supervisor Gonzalez is here, and I'm just going to go out there and say it. I think the item would have been denied again. So don't they have the right to speak? I mean, we have speakers here as well. So and what's kind of the precedent legal?
Yeah, that would be the call of the chair. You can take.
There can still be public comment even if it's pulled. It can be at the beginning of consent.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can still receive public comment.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
Fair enough. Okay.
Absolutely.
That's all.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just
Public comment
concerned
would be
about.
held over to when it comes back.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about people taking time out of their day to come down here, and so.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my.
So
main
we'll still
issue.
get the public comment in there.
Thank you.
So was there any other department head announcements? I think that was the last one. Deputy CAO. That's okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anybody.
That's 3, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Any board announcements? Supervisor Kosmicki, would you like? Sorry, you were.
Sure. No.
I got you while you were
my
doing your
last
drink.
minute Starbucks in. Yeah, just a couple quick things. Leadership Council. This is the homelessness regional curriculum of care that I sit on, and again, want to thank Enrique Arreola for his efforts. We had to advocate to get our full funding, over $300,000, 15% of the total. There's a formula that's generally been applied, and so we did get the votes for that. Very appreciative. And going forward, we talked about essentially using the point in time count as the proportional breakdown going forward, so that I think there was some consensus that that's the fairest way to do this with Monterey and San Benito, because generally speaking, San Benito is always going to have the minority on the votes. So there's a political jockeying thing that goes on with this particular board. But I will say that everybody on that board was very understanding this time around, but thank you for everyone there. The Hazel Hawkins Hospital decision was put off. I think, as everybody knows, we're still awaiting, as far as I know, as recently as a day or two ago, we're still awaiting next steps for the hospital board on when they may or may not decide on how they're going to go forward. And then one thing I wanted to just throw out was and I'll put in a request for a future agenda item to see if there's support, but Monterey County's housing, going through their housing element. I see Ariel here. Monterey County's going through their housing element right now, and there's some pretty significant potential impacts on the Aromas area in particular, because how Aromas straddles Monterey County border, and there's some proposals for some major housing in the Aromas area where they don't have water, and it's one of the worst fire danger areas in the entire state. So I would hope that we can take a stand on that, and I'll put in a future item, but just wanted to put out there so the public's aware of that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Sotelo, would you like to go? Yeah? Nope. Supervisor Zanger?
Yep. Yeah, thank you. We had our first sanitary solutions ad hoc this last week, and we're basically just talking about what to do now going forward, since the landfill operators have pulled their expansion project. And so it was sort of preliminary, but we met with some staff, and we basically just are exploring our options going forward of what we can do. And what we're finding is there is a few options we have before us, and we have to flush a lot of it out. And we're basically just going to go out and get everything we can to figure out all the different possible solutions, and then we can go forward from there. But we're basically just exploring options right now is what we're doing. That's all I had.
Okay, I only have, I'm not really able to get into my calendar to be able to go through my items, but the one big thing was the Senior Summit. If you were in attendance of the Senior Summit that was last week at the Epic Center, it was a really great turnout. We discussed all the challenges of our local seniors, and I can't thank the Senior Council and the AAA enough for putting that on here. I guess it'd been many years since we'd had a summit here in San Benito County, almost 18 years, I think, since they had the last summit in Santa Cruz County. So it was a wonderful event. Attendance was very positive, and a lot of feedback on housing challenges, medical challenges, different services, and we're making some working groups that will start meeting regularly to try and address some of these challenges. So I just want to thank everybody that attended that event. Besides that, that's all I have. So we're going to move on to public comment for items that are not on the agenda. This would include the items that have been pulled because it was pulled, correct? Just making sure I have. So this is the time that the public, if they'd like to speak on that 1.18, you could speak now, or anything else that's not on agenda.
She has both. First, if you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Maureen Nelson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. It's been a while since I've been here. It's a pleasure. I would like to take this opportunity to read a letter that I will leave. This is from Donald Vick, who is a resident on Laurel Court. Dear Supervisors, regarding hurrying up to build more houses north of the Santana Ranch development, I support Barbara Snyder's contention that no homes should be built until the unfinished drainage issue from this development is complete and inspected for compliance per their contract. Santana Ranch has shown a pattern of moving ahead with construction projects before they are approved and then asking for forgiveness. It is time for this underhanded activity to stop. I will leave this letter so that you know it's from Mr. Vick. Now I'd like to make my comments, please. As a resident of Santana Ranch, I think that is rather underhanded and deceitful the way that the houses are being built. To put now, instead of 5 homes along a border where drainage issues aren't even resolved, they want to place 8 homes that are 2 stories high that will look directly upon the adjoining properties that have been there for many many years before Santana Ranch was even thought of. It's disrespectful to the people that live on Fairview, have acreage, and thought that they lived in peace. It needs to be addressed. I would like to thank you also for your stand with the landfill. We are pleased with the outcome. We are willing and able to work with you to find a solution because we can make progress. We do need to improve our recycling. We need to improve how we educate our citizens to tell them that you have labels on your bins is not suitable. My labels have been gone for 3.5 years. I've been in my house almost 5. And what is recyclable, what is compostable, changes with time. I know. I ran a recycling center in Boulder, Colorado. I get this. So we are available to help. The county wants to help. The citizens want to do what's right, and we will be watching and we will be helping. But we do need to make progress on this because we do not need a landfill for other counties. It is not a money winner. It is a loser. Our roadways are showing it as we all complain about every pothole that we hit as our cars go adjacent to where we want them to be driving due to the large expanse of potholes throughout our county. So thank you again for your time. I appreciate everything that you do, and have a great day.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Sandy Patterson.
Good morning, board members, audience. My name is Sandy Patterson Jamark, and I live at 2900 Fairview Road, Space 5. I've been the recipient of when these detention ponds as they are so called, have flooded. It floods the park, the north end, where it's 1 foot to 1.5 foot in water. You need to put red tag it, and it needs to stop. Because I've been on a tractor since I was 5 years old. My dad was an operating engineer. I've built retention ponds. I've built roads. They're not done properly. So whoever the engineer is incompetent, number one. Number two, Anderson Homes keeps doing what they shouldn't, and nobody's stopping them. You need to find them, and you need to stop them. It needs to stop now. You need to take care of the residents who are already here. San Benito County residents first, not people that are coming in and not Anderson Homes. You need to take care of what's here. Number two, on the pride flag issue, there's only one flag, and that's the Stars and Stripes. It includes everybody. You don't put pride flags in county buildings, city, state, federal, or in classrooms. That's the only flag that should be there. And the rainbow represents God. Genesis 9:12 through 17. The rainbow that I have put in the sky will be my sign to you and to every living creature on earth. It will remind you that I will keep this promise forever. When I send clouds over the earth and a rainbow appears in the sky, I will remember my promise to you and to all other living creatures. That includes everybody. I don't have a problem with, I have friends, they're gay, lesbian, I've played upper division softball, okay? But don't shove it down my throat. There's only one flag, and that's the Stars and Stripes. My husband was a veteran, and he passed away last August, and he's being disrespected when you do that, especially when you put the pride flag underneath the American flag down in San Juan Bautista. If I'd known that, I would have been there, because it wouldn't have gone up. That is a violation of the flag code. You can't put any other flag underneath the American flag besides the state flag and the POW/MIA flag. So you violated that, Colin Kosmicki. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Barbara Snyder.
I'm out of practice. Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors.
Can you pull the mic down so we can hear you a little
They're a
better?
hard,
You
they're
can
a
pull
hard
it right
act to
down
follow.
for
Yeah, I can bend it. Okay. Please do not pass Santana Ranch Unit 16 until the detention basins are completed and proved to work. There should be no further development of this subdivision. They have not solved the flooding problem. The waters will still flood down Fairview Road. They are responsible to keep their runoff water on their property. These detention basins should be retention basins, retaining all of the contaminated runoff. Or they should hook up to the city system like every other developer. Anderson Homes designed undersized detention basins for the size of their subdivision. That's their fault. They still are fixing the problem, so please vote no until all work is finished and they contain the water runoff on their property. Currently, there is a board committee meeting with Anderson Homes and negotiating development next door, what the development next door should look like, what the lots should include or perhaps reduce. Vote this unit down until there is a resolution. They are trying to beat my neighbors, my husband, myself, and you, the board, to the punch by ramming this development through without thorough review. They have not advertised, I'll do it a little different, they have not advertised to local developers in good faith. They are advertising in papers no one reads. They have nothing in the Benito link, no sign on their property advertising the lots, no sign on the bulletin board down at the lumber yard. They're counting on you not paying attention and believing what I'll call fabrications of truth. Please take more time to study this development and have the basins finished. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your comment.
On Zoom, Valerie Eglin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday morning. I wanted to bring to the attention of the Board of Supervisors that REACH, as an advocate for parks, paths, and trails in San Benito County, we have received a number of different complaints and requests, and that we bring up the idea or the concern of bicyclists for safety on the roads, to increase the number of signs that are out there in narrow areas, especially where there's not enough side space for a bicycle to ride. There are great share the road signs. Santa Clara County has wonderful accommodation for bicyclists in the narrow areas with lots of signage that, basically says that it's enforceable, that if you're caught riding or you're misbehaving and not allowing bicyclists their space on the road, that it's a problem with them. So anyway, just wanting to bring that up, and hopefully we've got that low-hanging fruit, since the roads that are being redone do not have quite enough space for bicycle safety. And this would be one of the ways in which it's low cost and provide more safety for bicycling. So thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your comments.
And on Zoom, Annette, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. There you go.
Hello, thank you. Hello, good morning, supervisors. I would just like to ask that you do not build any more houses in Santana Ranch until the flooding issues are dealt with. The engineer that designed the drainage in these existing homes are insufficient. I live here, I walk the neighborhood, and I see all kinds of flooding issues even within the properties. So I would say, please don't look at building any more homes until those flooding issues are dealt with. Also, for our neighbors who are on the existing property that surround Santana Ranch, I think it's unfair to build 8 two-story homes where they were told 5 one-story homes were going to be built. I think that's not a good neighbor to our adjacent properties. Also, these developments really need to think about the existing community. We were told that we were going to have green belts. We had an existing green belt that was built, but currently we're sitting next to a field of grass just waiting to light up in the next fire. So I really think that they need to take care of their existing issues that they have within these properties that are already built, and also our neighbors around this Santana Ranch property. Also, I'd like to thank Supervisor Zangers and whoever else is on the committee regarding exploring our options for the landfill expansion. I think we need to fully explore zero waste and look at the new Senate bills that will have producer responsibilities and actually creating recyclable products. We need to look at involving our community, getting the word out there, talk about composting, recycling, and how to actually, make this land a better place for all of us to live. And I just thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your comment.
And I have one other, Elias Salinas in chambers.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. As you all know, there was an arrest made, self-surrender, regarding the embezzlement at the San Benito County Library. When the investigation started, Sheriff Eric Taylor knew that his department did not have the resources to do the proper investigation, so he sought out professional help from the Federal Bureau of Investigation to help do the forensic audit. And for a supervisor to go around publicly saying that he does not trust Sheriff Eric Taylor to do their own investigation on what happened with the inmate that escaped is totally unconscionable. To go around and say you have no confidence in the sheriff. The sheriff knows what they're doing, and it takes a while to get things done, but to say you don't trust within the department is really not fair, as the department head knows what it's doing, and if they're not confident that they can do it themselves, he knows to ask for outside help. Now, for the total cluster that has happened with the COA Ray Espinoza is completely idiotic. It's a cluster, and there are 5 supervisors, and each one of you have a vote. Not one of you dictates what is supposed to happen. And what has been occurring in meetings to get rid of the most knowledgeable person than all 5 of you put together without any backup plan. And there has been rumors about Henny Ring taking over the COA. I don't know where I missed it, that she's now the assistant, but she is not the county administrative officer. You gave her the title. I missed it. I don't know when that happened. I have a lot of resources, and people call me, and people stop me when they see me, and they want to know what's going on, or they want to tell me what they have heard. It is not my fault that sometimes I have more information than you do. But let me remind you, you only have 1 vote.
Thank you for your comments.
And I have no other public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to The board, consent, is there, I'm sorry, I'm a little under the weather, so I'm doing things out of order. Open to public comment, or do we poll first? I'm sorry. Public comment. So can I do public comment for consent items?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, I do have Elias Salinas.
Five, 1.5, 1.11, 1.12, and 1.18, 1.19. 1.5, I think that you should be discussing this in public instead of passing it along as a consent item. This is really important. We're talking about the landfill, and you're talking about the money that's being, county money that's being spent, or taxpayers' money that's being spent, and what is going on that you continue to expand it. I mean, we have someone here that said you're having meetings. Are you having meetings, and this law firm is also involved in these meetings? .11, I'll go to. I think this is a great idea. You can keep your staff by giving them competitive wages so they don't leave San Benito County. And where is 1.19? Isn't that $400,000 already part of the contract that the construction crew out there are? It says that it's unsuitable materials for the roadway excavation. So did they dig it up, and that's part of the contract that they should be paying? Or was it dug up by the county, and now we're responsible for it? And then 1.5, 1. I'm missing one, and that has to do with giving 1.12. And that is, again, this has to do with appointing Henny Ring under the title of Deputy County Administrator to serve as the primary for the Trindle Board of Directors, and appoint Ray Espinoza as the alternate. Come on, folks. What's going on? You need to let the public know what's going on. These things that have been happening behind closed doors, the whole county's talking about it, and yet you're trying to pass something here under a consent agenda. Nobody pays attention to it. I miss Marty Richmond, because if it weren't for myself and for Robert Bernowski, very few people are paying attention to the entire agenda, much less people who come here for one single item. The CAO is a very important position in this county. And for you to give the responsibility to an individual who has no experience other than human resources. And I know that she's being pushed into this, or not pushed, she's gladly taking it. But this is because something's happening behind closed doors. These are little agreements, these are little meetings, and I know that they're happening. I know what the results are. I've known this for a couple of months, that they were grooming Henny to take Ray's position. It's been the talk for a while. And this is exactly what has come to fruition. This is going to look really bad for all of you if you don't do the right choice and do it the right way. This is a done deal because Ray's not here today, And I don't know whether Ray is he home sick? Is he on vacation? Or is he on administrative leave? The public should be aware of what's going on and why is it that Henny Ring is sitting in that position today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have one on Zoom. Rob Bernowski, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Curro and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for taking the public comment. I wish to address 1.4 and just add what a significant asset that firm is to, I believe, the county and to the interested citizens who want to save Hazel Hawkins Hospital. The clarity of information that is dispensed, I'm sure you get much more information than I do. Her willingness, or the firm's willingness, but Cecilia's willingness to answer the most complex questions and share what information that she can gives me a huge amount of confidence that we know what's going on, we know what needs to be done, and of course, with the end goal in mind of saving Hazel Hawkins Hospital permanently so that you guys can fulfill your statutory obligations and the hospital is available to us, the public. So I hope that there's no discussion on it and you quickly authorize that and move forward. And I just want to use the opportunity to say, look at the teamwork that FounderWorks has brought between the supervisors and the public, and the few others that are involved. It really is incredible. So thank you for making the right selection in the first place, and thank you for continuing on with the contract with FounderWorks. That concludes my comments.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm not doing too good right now. Bring it back to the board. Is there any items that they'd like to have pulled? I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Yes, I'd like to pull 112 for clarification, and I'd like to pull 119, please.
And Supervisor Zanger, any? No? Okay. So we'll move those to the end. We're going to move on to regular agenda. We're going to go to 2.1, receive informational presentation from Uplift Central Coast.
Sorry, could we have a motion?
Oh, motion, thank you. Yeah, I'm really in great form. So we're going to approve consent, all except for 119, which was pulled, and I want to make sure I have the number right, 112.
So I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 4-0. Sorry about that. Okay, now we're moving on to 2.1. This is receive an informational presentation from Uplift Central Coast. We have Tara here from Monterey Bay Economic Partnership and her team members, and we're looking forward to having this presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the County Board of Supervisors, the staff and audience. As we get ready to set up, thank you. Again, thank you for having us. My name is Tara Gray. I'm the President and CEO of the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. Let's test this out. Oh, it works. I'm going to do a brief sort of overview of who we are, what we do. I think for most of you, you attend our events, and I really appreciate that. But before I get to the Uplift part itself, one of the initiatives that we are helping convene in the Tri-County region, I thought I'd give a little background. Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, our vision is really a thriving region for all. We are an economic development partnership that serves the 3 counties and roughly 21 municipalities. Our economic development strategy centers around this, what I call the pretzel diagram that we have. We see economic development and growth through the lens of business recruitment, retention, looking at what are high quality jobs that we can bring to the Monterey Bay region, what is uniquely our economic ecosystem. So we have a lot of conversations around that as a regional convener, and understand that without broadband and digital equity, it is very difficult to provide telehealth access, to educational access, and for businesses to thrive, small or large. And given our unique sort of geographic and topography that we have in our region, so we do have intentional engagement around that, as well as housing, and that's across all income levels, affordable to market rate, everything, given our low inventory in the region. And in the middle, really around policy education and awareness and sustainability, and we're looking at climate resiliency. What does that look like? And through the educational lens, also through the prenatal PK all the way through higher ed, making sure that we are engaging, because all of those levers are also equally important in engaging economic development activities. Briefly, housing initiative centers around our advocacy and education. We do also run a Monterey Bay Housing Trust and engage a lot of our employers around the employer-sponsored housing, and to see how can employers also be engaged in making sure that there's adequate supply of housing in our region. Broadband digital equity is really around infrastructure. Do we have the right infrastructure? How can we advocate for that? How can all of our populations have access to sound and available, affordable broadband, because that again is an driver of economic development, and of course awareness, and that's working with a broad range of folks. Currently, we serve in the executive director capacity for both our Central Coast Broadband Consortia that's funded by the Public Utilities Commission, and for the JPA called the South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority, serves primarily the South County of Monterey. Economic workforce development, which is more really centered around what Uplift is trying to do as one of our initiatives. We have two prongs. One is the 6-county prong, stretching from Santa Cruz County all the way down to Ventura County. We are members of what's called the Uplift Central Coast vision of how do we uplift our narrative as a Central Coast community of California, as we are nestled nicely between LA and the Bay Area. How do we change that narrative and drive investments to our region, more jobs, more industry? But our primary footprint as a Monterey Bay Economic Partnership is the Monterey Bay region. So that's San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz. Around economic, workforce, and community development, we're really looking at how can we convene businesses and industry, work with businesses to see what their needs are around labor, around tax incentives. I also want to be cognizant of my time and make sure I get this done under 10 minutes. So I am kind of rushing. That said, really want to make sure that as a regional convening, we are having the conversations that we can have, bring people together. How can we advocate for a variety of issues? Some of the things we've done, for example, to drive local investments have been the California Jobs First, under which Uplift is nestled, the National Science Foundation, about how do we advocate for the fact that we uniquely have an advanced AAM industry around technology like Joby with electric vehicle takeoff and landing. Like, how can we leverage that given our unique sort of position on R&D and flight testing between our rural airports? There's amazing stuff, as you know, happening at Hollister Airport. And then typical business recruitment and retention type of activities with our partners at the state and the counties. One of the chief examples that have been headlining recently, of course, is the Joby retention. The primary application, we were the applicants or the team that put together that application. And then the second application, when we didn't win that and lost it out to Ohio, the second application for a smaller footprint at the Marina Airport through the state's recompete dollars, which we were able to secure, and Joby is in fact going to expand there. In terms of regional collaboration and looking at growth and prosperity, there are 3 specific initiatives that we are also shepherding and helping convene. It's the Uplift Regions Rise Together and the Monterey Bay Tech Hub that was recently launched. First, the Regions Rise Together, established in 2020, excuse me. Ultimately, the goal is to achieve economic prosperity for the residents, and we've held a number of listening sessions, did a lot of analysis both qualitatively and quantitatively, and basically comes back to reaffirming what we all know in our Monterey Bay region, that housing, good jobs, affordable child care is like one of our major needs. We're in the midst of rewriting that blueprint that first came out in November 2021, so stay tuned. That'll come out this summer. The second is, of course, Uplift Central Coast. I think largely what you'd like to hear about, and we'll spend a little bit more time on that. Uplift Central Coast, again, is a 6-county economic development plan funded by the state of California called California Jobs First. We opted to rename ourselves a little bit because we thought we wanted, for several reasons, one of which is how do we set ourselves apart as a Central Coast of California? We live in this amazing place, but largely known for either ag or hospitality and tourism, and yet there's so much more happening across our 6 counties. Monterey Bay Economic Partnership is a co-convener serving the 3 counties up here, the northern part of the Central Coast, so our 3 counties. REACH is in San Luis Obispo and serves San Luis Obispo and part of Santa Barbara, and Ventura's Economic Development Collaborative serves all of Ventura County and South Santa Barbara County. That's how we've divided up sort of the work to make sure that we are, in fact, creating an inclusive plan that includes all of our counties. That said, these 3 organizations serve as the admin or the program hub administrative sort of functions is what my staff and I are serving as. We do have a vision committee and then sub-regional steering committees who kind of help drive the areas of what we want to look at in terms of the data and potentially future projects that will be funded through the next prong of funding that the state releases. I've just highlighted a couple of names that represent folks out of San Benito County specifically. Again, always trying to make the attempt that there is inclusion of all 6 of our counties, and especially our counties up here in the north. So on our vision committee, we do have Rosa Vivian Fernandez, and our sub-region committee, on the northern region committee, we have Enrique Ariola and Cristina Chavez White. I think all 3 are names that people are familiar with up here. Just so I think it helps to frame like who represents San Benito interests as well, in addition to having MBEP there. So part of the charge in this first year of planning, and we're pretty much wrapping up the planning year, was to look at all the comprehensive economic development plans of every county, host listening sessions, talk to industry leaders, talk to key stakeholders. So it was a myriad of sort of approaches to collect and conduct the research. The key takeaways, again, reaffirming what we know as residents of the Central Coast of California, is that the cost of living, we do face significant constraints, ecological, physical, and economic in our region. The path to sustainable quality job creation needs to be further created and honed in, that there is sometimes barrier for opportunity for businesses to open and grow and stay here. As somebody who does work in this space of retaining businesses and helping to recruit and attract businesses, it's a tough environment at times in our region. And how to improve quality jobs and productive jobs. Those were the key takeaways. Of course, we know our anchor large industries in our 3 counties are really centered around hospitality, tourism, ag, and healthcare. But then the question was, what are paths in addition to what we know we have here in our region? How can we grow more high quality, family sustaining jobs in our region? And the research really showed, and again, in addition to a lot of our conversation with our key partners, that precision manufacturing and advanced business services are 2 opportunities or 2 prongs in which we can recruit and attract new businesses and or grow what is already here, given our labor dynamics. One of which is aerospace. Hence why we have launched the Monterey Bay Tech Hub, specifically around advanced air mobility. And we launched that.
Don't worry about that. Just keep going.
I was almost there.
It's okay. You're doing great.
So hence earlier in May, I would say the first week in May, the week of our economic outlook, we did launch the Monterey Bay Tech Hub. Monterey Bay Economic Partnership is a co-founder along with Monterey Bay DART and UC Santa Cruz. We have now since established a leadership council, which does include a county supervisor from all 3 of our counties, and Madam Chair Angela Curro sits on that leadership Leadership Council. We've had one initial meeting thus far. Again, it's looking at how do we position ourselves at the Monterey Bay uniquely, given what we have here that lives in addition to Joby and Archer and Whisk and so many other industries that are doing flight testing and R&D. Like, how do we create more jobs that stay here instead of leaving the region? How do we attract other businesses to come into here? So hence there's 4 prongs around workforce training. So UC Santa Cruz, CSUMB, all 3 of our community colleges are engaged around advanced air mobility. In addition to talking about infrastructure, so once we have these vehicles that take off and land electrically, like, so where would they land? What would that infrastructure look like? How do we create jobs for that? Innovation and entrepreneurship, we are engaging venture capitalists because we do want to make sure we have money coming into the region around this. And of course, at the end of the day, it's also around political engagement, whether in Sacramento and DC, as well as regionally, to make sure folks know and we have the right and sound policies in that, in and around that. So that concludes technically my presentation, but I'm open to your questions and anything from you or from the audience. But I wanted to, that in a nutshell is all that MBEP is up to, plus much, much more, but it's specific to Uplift and why we went into that little niche into aerospace. But again, there's so many more opportunities to explore, I think, in our region. This just happened to be one of the things that continued to come up and bubble up. We did have a semi-successful, I say semi because we passed 3 rounds in the National Science Foundation application about a year back, and it was very much centered around our unique aeronautics corridor across the 6 counties where it did include advanced air mobility. But again, in our region, we've identified that as one of many paths to good quality jobs in our region. So hence why we have launched the Monterey Bay Tech Hub. But stay tuned. The next prong of Uplift will be additional information on funding for projects that could create those family-sustaining jobs. Our final report to the state is due at the end of August, which of course we will share here as well and forward it to everybody. And as soon as the funding guidelines are out, we will make sure that you have access to that and can apply as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Tara. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions from the board for Tara? Supervisor Zanger?
Doesn't matter.
Let's start with you, Supervisor Zanger.
Sounds good. Thank you. Hi. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for being here. I had a couple questions. So some of the, I guess, the work and the time and the money that went into this, there was $100K for inclusivity funds. Can you clarify what that was all about?
100K of inclusivity funds.
Yeah, to get some of the research, to do some of the research.
Okay, it's not on.
It's not on this. It was on a different presentation that I saw.
So part of so it was a $5 million grant across 6 counties for about a year and a half to do planning. Part of which was a set aside of a little over $1 million across the 6 counties to provide inclusivity funds. Specifically, folks who showed up for listening sessions, for example, were resourced for their time with gift cards in the amount of about $100, or members who serve on some of the steering committees. In addition, we have community-based organizations all throughout the county, including, I think, Youth Alliance here down the street, who was funded to engage youth, community, and residents to hear about their needs and concerns about what they think would be beneficial as we look at creating an economic development plan. So I'm just picking on them because they're fresh and they're down the street in my mind. So Inclusivity Fund was all of that, funding community-based organizations, funding folks who attended various listening sessions.
So it's all from the $5 million grant?
Yes.
It's all part of that grant from the counties. Okay. Is this, I guess I haven't come across this before, handing out gift cards for input. Is that normal? Is that like a common practice, I guess, when you're trying to get?
Increasingly common practice to help make sure we resource people's times, because not everyone can afford to be there on their time. Some folks have to take time out of their work to attend and actually provide valuable input that is critical to informing some of our planning.
Got it.
So the state, it is state approved. The state is fully aware that we are doing this. And we're considered one of the models because we tried really hard to include all segments of our community, including the electeds, our industry leaders, as well as our community.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Zanger, or Cosmic?
No, it's okay. So the $5 million grant from the state essentially went toward this plan. And is this essentially, this is a summary of the results of that?
This is a summary, a good question. This is a summary of the first, summary of the research. The final plan has yet to be shared, and that'll be public in August. We are not finished writing it.
And how does the again, this is a state issue. We're not legislators, but $5 million to me is a lot of money. So what's been spent so far? What would be ultimately, what is this $5 million going toward aside from what we see here? You say now it goes, is there a firm that's involved that puts together something further, or?
So yes, there are several firms and consultants helping us think this through as we engage our steering committees and engage all 6 of our counties. To your point, well, we are a larger geographic region, so for us, it feels like $5 million is not enough to spread across 6 counties. Now, $5 million from one county, and so we are part of. I go back a little bit. It was originally called a California Economic Resilience Fund, signed into state legislation by Governor Newsom in November of 2021. Out of that legislation, there was, a thought about how do you fund regions to create regional economic development plans? And then after that, how do you identify investment priorities around that? This is a first prong of $5 million per region. There are 13 regions in the state of California, the way the state has carved up the regions. We happen to fall into the 6-county space. That said, I would say most of $5 million is spent down between not only all 3 organizations, the steering committee, the vision committee, the community-based organizations, and we have engaged nearly 2,000 people in a variety of listening sessions and industry leaders.
And this is the result of that $5 million?
So it's not a result. I would say this is sort of like, here are some findings that we can make public now. This is part of the regional plan part 1 that we did submit to the state. So what we're sharing now is stuff that we've already shared with the state, and there will be another prong. Hopefully I'll come back in September and share with you at the final plan.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not, I'm just one person. I'm sharing my input here. I
know this is really valuable.
No, and I would rather see what we need to actually produce jobs and what strategies might be employed to produce jobs rather than sort of a 10,000-foot level document that states what the needs are. And that's what this seems more of like a needs assessment than a strategy plan to me. That's just what I take out of it. And that's just my feedback to you on that. And I would just say, just representing one county out of 6, I'm not a believer in that 6 counties necessarily should work together because we have different needs. 6 counties in this area of the country is like 2 or 3 states in some areas of the country. So I'll say again and again, it's not a one size fits all when it comes to economic development or housing, which was brought up. I think we all know we need broadband. I don't necessarily think we needed a $5 million grant to state that. But, as far as housing goes, just so you're aware of this area, this is one supervisor, but we have plenty of approved, you said, housing across all income levels. We have plenty of single family market rate housing for the next decade at least or so here that's already approved. And I'll just continue to say that I'm going to continue speaking up against San Benito County becoming yet another suburb of Silicon Valley. And I feel strongly that Silicon Valley is basically exploiting us. And this sort of plays into this whole notion that we need to provide housing for Silicon Valley, and it's going to ruin our agricultural character here. And as for business, I'd really like to see an ultra focus on tourism-related businesses in this particular community and industry and commercial in areas that don't promote sprawl and urbanization of our rural character. That's a big concern for a lot of people in this area, is that we're going to lose San Benito County, what it really truly is at some point, if we just sort of fall into this trap that, again, we're just a place that Silicon Valley is going to exploit for housing into the future. But I appreciate the presentation. Just wanted to provide you some feedback. So thank you.
I really do appreciate your feedback, and that's well taken. I should sort of step back to say the housing, the broadband, our approach to economic development that I shared initially is really a Monterey Bay Economic Partnership sort of look at economic development. That's us. That said, Uplift isn't specifically working on broadband nor housing. The charge of Uplift or California Jobs First is to focus in on opportunities to create those jobs. And yes, this first prong was more of a data analysis and a needs assessment. I think that's a good way of putting it, because we had to analyze what is common and what is not across our 6 counties. You're absolutely correct that the assets we have up here in our 3 counties, as well as each individual 3 counties, is somewhat similar, but not always identical, even as we look at ourselves here in the Monterey Bay region. And same goes as we relate ourselves to San Luis Obispo or Santa Barbara, Ventura. There are some common narratives, some commonalities, but we're not identical. I think we recognize that. The second prong now will really be about where are those opportunities, both geographically within the 2 areas, the northern versus the southern part. We didn't get to pick the region that the state sort of divided us into, but I think it is on the other. What we do have in common is that we also are very, when it comes to state investments and federal investments, we don't have as much as, say, the Bay Area or LA. So what we're really banding together is like, how do we truly uplift the narrative and try to access and unlock those dollars, whether it's from the Federal Economic Development Agency or it's from the state GoBiz, like how can we together advocate for our needs on the Central Coast? End of August, early September will be the conclusion of that sort of needs assessment that we spent about a little over a year doing, and that will also inform the type of projects and then can be funded. But I completely hear you about being in the shadows of the Bay Area and being at times a bedroom community for the North. So it is not lost on us here at MBEP.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Any comments, Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you so much for being here and being so inclusive of anytime we ask you to come to San Benito County, you come and you do presentations, and I've attended all of them. And even the different sessions that you've had that are in Seaside usually are so informative. And I think it's really important that we work together as a region. I think we can accomplish more and we can probably capture a lot more dollars. It's really hard when you're, San Benito County, the size we are. And so I think it's really helpful to be a part of MBEP, and I appreciate you being here and giving this presentation.
Okay, so totally appreciate the presentation. Been attending meetings since before I actually was sworn in to kind of learn more. The big thing that I've learned from all of these events and coordinations is this all stemmed from the state, and these regions were, as you stated, were divided up into 13 regions from the state. And this is really how, after these assessments are done, how the state's going to be looking at distributing funding for counties to help promote jobs and economic development. Is that correct?
It'll still have a regional lens, is my understanding, but this is always evolving, right? But it does inform, I think, state strategies as well as our regional strategies. Now, of course, as we all know, we're also entering a state budget deficit. So a lot of things are up in the air. But can we use this as our calling card for funding, either to the feds or public-private partnerships? Absolutely.
Yeah, and I how I've been looking at this is kind of sandwiching, working regionally, but also working very much locally, that we do need to be very local specific on the things that we need. And I support the hospitality industry. Hopefully, we're going to be getting some funding that will help that. But advocating from both sides to be able to really show that we are committed to working collaboratively, but also at the same time, we have some unique and individual needs in our community. And housing, of course, is on the MBEB side. I'm more interested in how the airport and the tech hub can really look at what future technology could be, especially in the ag industry. I think we have such a unique opportunity here in our community to really look at ag tech from a different lens and kind of be almost like the the kickoff area where that could be tested and go and work with our educational system. The one thing that I've really liked is all of the individuals that I've been working with and meeting with are really trying to tie the educational system so that we're keeping people living local, learning local, but then having jobs local and not being pushed out of our region. So I'm hopeful that between working with you guys and then really advocating as a county on our unique needs will be beneficial. So I don't think we have any action on this item. I believe this was an informational only. If I just want to pull it up real quick.
I think so.
Yeah, this was informational only. Discuss and provide direction to staff as desired. I don't think there's any direction that we're going right now except for really informing the public of what we're doing and what Uplift is, because it's very confusing with all these organizations to understand how they all kind of come together. And you, as a small county, we kind of get lost in it. And so being proactive and being able to have a voice, and I think our community representatives that have stepped up to have a voice for San Benito County. I think that will help make sure that funding does come our way in the end.
And I must say they have been very strong advocates, both on the vision and the steering committee. So they have really strong advocates on the Uplift project. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item 2.2, which is receive an update on the Local Agency Formation Commission. This is LAFCO, and consider adoption of the resolution providing an alternative funding structure. Do we have Jennifer on Zoom? Is she presenting?
Yeah, I believe this is a Zoom presentation.
Yeah, so Jennifer Stevenson from LAFCO is presenting.
Yes, good morning, supervisors.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me on today. I think in front of you, you have both a memo and a proposed draft resolution for consideration today. In the memo, you find the information regarding the resolution in the background. LAFCO is considering inviting special districts to join and have representation similar to that of the cities and the county on LAFCO. I can show a map here so that you can see. Let me see if I can share. Approximately half of all LAFCOs across the state have special district representation. The way the code is written, it's an option, but certainly is in line with the history of the government code that LAFCOs have jurisdiction under. Given that so many of the considerations on LAFCOs affect special districts and their existence even, LAFCO can form districts, dissolve districts, conduct annexations, consolidations, et cetera, all of which could have an impact on these special districts. So it is common that special districts sit on LAFCO. In fact, two of my other LAFCOs are considering seating special districts as well. The government code outlines an allocation, funding allocation for LAFCO based on representation that is on the commission. In the case that it is just the cities, county, and the public member on LAFCO, a 5-member commission, the city and county, cities and counties split evenly the budget for LAFCO. In the case of the cities, the amount that's allocated is based on its revenue over the combined revenue of the cities that are represented. In the case of LAFCOs that have special districts representation, each entity or member agency type is allocated 1/3 of the LAFCO budget. So 1/3 to the county, 1/3 to the cities, and then 1/3 to the special districts. However, government code does give the option of an alternative funding structure, which is what you're considering today. And the reason that it's being proposed is the commission had a discussion and would like to promote seating of special districts given the impact on them, but as well as the position and perspective that special districts can bring to LAFCO. I can show one more slide here that shows in the case where 1/3 of the budget is footed by special districts, should they join. Here we go. It appeared that a majority of the demand or budgeting demand was on just a few or handful of districts. As you'll see, 1/3 would create an allocation to the healthcare district of $64,292 to fund a portion of LAFCO's budget. However, with a 1/5 budget, that fiscal responsibility would be much lower or somewhat lower and not have as much of an impact on the districts. So you have the memo and it shows based on LAFCO's current budget, what exactly each of the cities and the county allocated in the 23-24 fiscal year. And then should there be special district representation, what a 1/3 budget would look like, and then what the 1/5 budget would look like. And it's important to remember that in either one of the cost allocation options, that there's still a cost savings to both the county and the cities, whether it be 1/3 or 1/5. The city of San Juan Bautista has considered the resolution and approved it. The city of Hollister is considering the resolution today as well. So if you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. In chambers, I have Nelda Escamilla.
Good morning, Madam Board of Supervisors. My name is Nelda Escamilla, and I believe that San Benito County is a very special county. There's a lot of people who believe that a certain land use should be used in a certain way. And I believe most of the people that do live here and have decisions or have feelings about San Benito County's land use is the agricultural that we would like to provide. We would like to continue having and not getting rid of it. So in this case, I understand that LAFCO would like to add other agencies, but why? Why should we? If it works the way it's working, why it's not broken. And we shouldn't be adding other people that are not necessarily realize what to do with land or making land use decisions, because not everybody's involved. And bringing in an example, if you were to bring in Hazel Hawkins or somebody like that, they have other issues they need to worry about, not necessarily know what land usages are good for or not good for, or how to use it. So I don't believe that you should take this resolution on. Hopefully you'll think about it and make that correct decision today, and make that the best decision for San Benito County residents, because there's a lot of things going on in here, and putting more things into the pot, it's not going to help. It's only going to make things worse. So let's think about it, and I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Next in chambers, Maureen Nelson.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Board. Crazy morning, back and forth. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the LAFCO project on your table for a vote. Again, I would agree with Nelda. San Benito County is known as an agricultural county. It is our pride and our joy. We are world-renowned. We are the salad bowl of the United States. We are not the city with the most houses. We are not the city and the county to take on this huge change in development to provide housing for other areas of the state. Our roots are in the ground, literally. Our roots are in our soil. We need to honor our past. We need to honor our future. Feeding the world is an honor. It is a joy, it is a job, and it is a necessity. And San Benito County fills that niche. It's what we're known for. We're known for the pinnacles. We're known for our open space. We're trying to take it away. We're giving away authority to entities that may not be the best qualified or the ones that should be sitting on such boards. Healthcare, on our land use. Our healthcare can't even take care of itself. We're having problems with our hospital as it sits. Why would we want to turn that authority over to entities that don't have the knowledge base? They don't have the vested input into it? I think we just need to be careful. I am in support of keeping LAFCO where it is, honoring our heritage, honoring our future, and let's keep San Benito, San Benito. We are not San Jose. We are not Almaden Valley. We are San Benito. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chamber, Elias Salinas.
Good morning and thank you. So, LAFCO is in charge of all the districts within San Benito County. And part of this is what LAFCO is seeking is participation from San Benito County Water District, the largest water district that the services go to the entire county. Then you have Sunny Slope Water District that also has a very large population. And you have the other water districts that have Aromas and Tres Pinos. And who more knows than where the water goes and what water is needed and the sewer system than these districts? It also covers cemeteries that people probably don't even know. So having more people participate is able to give more of an influence on what LAFCO should be doing and can do. The great thing about the LAFCO right now, the board as it is that they are open to looking into the future. LAFCO, unfortunately, for years and years, we're talking decades, did not do their job. And the job was to do municipal service reviews. And that is to go out and to question the hospital. What was going on? It slipped. It was supposed to ask all the water districts, what's going on? What's your budget? How many people do you have? If you're failing and you don't have the money, why don't you have the money? LAFCO has the power to ask these questions to all these different districts that serve San Benito County. So having those districts come, and I understand that Jennifer has gone out, the executive officer for LAFCO, has gone out and had meetings with the districts to let them know exactly what it is that their responsibility is when it comes to LAFCO and what LAFCO's responsibility is. They weren't even aware of it. but it's this board that LAFCO now has that's actually seen what was not done and what can be done and what should be done. So this is something to consider, allowing other districts to come in to have a voice on what goes on as well in their districts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next, I have on Zoom Rob Bernowski. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning again. So I'm not an expert in LAFCO. Last time I visited it, I think Chair Curro and I were working on the Pacheco Pass Water District, and I came across it then. But what catches my attention on this, and it really is the only thing, because I do trust the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission and some of the decisions that they make that I guess LAFCO opines on or has some say in. What caught my attention was the inclusion of the San Benito Healthcare District, our bankruptcy petitioning entity that, as some of the other speakers had said, they are having a very hard time getting their arms around their own shop. Why would, number one, and if they are in financial distress, why would they spend any of their capital, which could be used, for better purposes related to healthcare? And what expertise do they bring to the LAFCO table? And when would LAFCO ever, require, their input? The district, I can never foresee expanding beyond the borders of San Benito County. But that's what caught my attention is as the biggest contributor, should you add the special districts, that does not sit well with me. And if any one of you could explain it, I'd appreciate it before you take the vote on it. Because, and like somebody else just alluded to, I can't imagine that all on its own, the hospital or the healthcare district came to LAFCO and said, hey, we want to be a member. So anyway, if you could respond, I'd appreciate it. If you can't, I understand. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you for your comment.
Julio, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. I just wanted to zoom in. I just find it extremely coincidental that now we want to, I'll just bluntly say it, pack LAFCO. I mean, I think Angela said it herself that it's political during the last LAFCO meeting. B. Gonzalez, I think, wanted to get this done before January. I wonder why they want to get it done before January. If anybody's read Ralph Nader's book, Politics of Land Use, this is exactly, it is political. Except, I think the Board of Supervisors, they even acknowledge it's political. To bring on 2 districts, a failing hospital board that can't even keep their own district solvent. Yeah, we're going to bring in more incompetence to a board. It's very clear what the direction, whether or not the Board of Supervisors knows it. Well, I think 2 of you do. I think Dom and Colin, I think you guys are aware of what's going on. I don't know if the other 3 are aware, but it's very clear the direction that the city wants to move. More houses. That's the direction you're taking it. And you can atomize this and take this as a singular issue and say, oh, this is just land use annexations and sphere of influence. But what's the end goal here, people? The end goal is to circumvent the housing laws, because we know that the county is exempt from SB 330. And I think the land use attorneys, the developers, whoever it is, they know that the county is exempt. So you know what? We'll just annex everything in. So let's bring in the hospital board. Let's bring in the water district. You know what? Let's even throw in the Little League. It's just it's really shameful. I think it's just shameful that this is what's happening. And it's very clear what your intentions are. You can try to make it as complex and you try to nuance the issue all you want, but we know what's going on. I don't know. It's extremely frustrating. These kinds of things, do have consequences. Elections. We all saw what happened to B. Gonzalez. I mean, like I said, just putting it out there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Annette, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors and Madam Chair. I would like to just ask that you deny the request to invite special districts to have representation in LAFCO and to keep the structure of LAFCO as is. This should remain a local body and not allow outside bodies to our decision-making policies in LAFCO. This will cause our local vote to be weakened. I live on Fairview now, and we are already suffering trying to get in and out of our city. The big risk here is that LAFCO is that it will make it easier for the city of Hollister to be annexed land along Fairview Union and Buena Vista into the city, even if the supervisors oppose it. So for me, including a healthcare to be added to LAFCO that is already in dire financial straits, that also makes no sense to me. I've also heard from a recent COG meeting that it would take 15 to 20 years to expand Highway 25. That's if we had the funding in place, and we do not. This decision of LAFCO to allow more members will weaken our control and to not allow these expansion projects to move forward until we have infrastructure in place. Let's look at expanding businesses, making it more conducive for those of us who live here. We shouldn't all have to really just the thought of going to Costco to get milk and bread, it just seems ridiculous now that we have to gauge it all by traffic. We're suffering enough. Let's please keep control of LAFCO to our local control. We are an agriculture community that is very successful, and let's think about the pinnacles and other things to bring into our county and not lose that local control on LAFCO. Thank you so much for hearing me today.
Thank you for your comment.
Valerie, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. For quite some time, I have looked at the function of LAFCO, and for many, it's a very confusing board. And my only experience with our local LAFCO is creating a district for parks, the library, a combined district that would be for the arts as well. And Reach had a meeting with the library and Bill Nicholson from LAFCO and Ray Espinoza and one other, I can't remember, looking at creating a district for a culture that's the arts, the parks, and the libraries. And that would be a special district, I suppose. And so I'm looking at all these other huge districts that are being discussed, and statewide, wow, it is a very big subject. And I'm just hoping that one day San Benito County can have a special district that is funding our parks and arts and library. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Stacy, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Stacy, you need to unmute.
Did I get it?
You're good.
I can hear you now.
So sorry, Stacey McGrady, District 1. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Two brief considerations. First of all, even if San Benito County could stay an agriculture and ranching and farming and rural community that we hope, things are going on around us that we can't control. I know in Monterey County right now, they're proposing 1,000 new housing units in Aromas, and that's going to have a significant effect on San Benito County, even though we have no control over it. But it's going to affect our schools, Anzar High School and San Juan Bautista, the elementary school. It's going to affect our hospital district as they have community outreach and clinics in San Juan Bautista. So I think it would be short-sighted to exclude these special districts from having input and full participation, considering the big picture, what's going on around us. And my second point is, while I may not always agree with our supervisors, I trust that they are doing what's in the best interest of our community. And I feel the same way about our members on LAFCO. If they think that this is an important move forward, then I support their knowledge. They are the experts in it. They know what they've been doing every week, every month, every year, much more than those of us who pop in for a brief idea or thought or consideration. So I have my full support with LAFCO. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Jackie, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Jackie Morris Lopez, District 2, City Council member from the City of San Juan Bautista. I just got wind of this resolution and consideration for increasing membership to our local LAFCO. I have to voice the opinion of previous speakers in terms of, if it's not broken, why fix it? And I have very serious concerns about the addition of adding Hazel Hawkins Hospital District. They're in the business of medical health care. As we all know at this time, they're struggling. There's possibility that there may be a sale to make it not a public entity any longer to an out-of-state company. There also is talk of perhaps the County of San Benito taking that over with a JPA. So I feel that the addition of this entity at this particular time doesn't fit. Like I said, it's like apples and kiwis. They're in healthcare. LAFCO's in land development, sphere of influence, and it's separate from the government. So I'm not quite understanding why this committee is taking direction from our Board of Supervisors, which is one of the highest representation of county government at this level. And what everyone else said, I think we have to be very cautious in preserving what we already have, our rich heritage. It is an agricultural county. I believe that allowing other representation, and whether it's a local hospital district or outside districts that want to come in and become part of our LAFCO, we have to look at their intention. And I would hate to see us become further a bedroom community for a county to the north of us. I think we have a lot more to offer. As we already know, we're suffering through infrastructure struggles. I don't have to repeat that. I just have to say one word: roads in and out of our county, going north, going west. It's gridlock on most days. So at this time, I cannot support this decision to, number one, add the hospital district or consider any other entities. Maybe you can take a deeper dive into this and listen to your constituents and other elected officials that are brave enough to voice their opinions today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
No other public comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, appreciate it. If we can be patient, I got a few points here on this. So first I want to I think we need broader context for the public. And again, it's not like there's a million people watching our meetings. We got to go out of our way on some issues to really inform the public. And I think this is one of those issues that really comes to mind for me. And I just starting off, just to explain the significance of LAFCO and how it's basically one of the two most sought after committee assignments on this county board for a reason, and the city council as well. LAFCO is always highly sought after, and who becomes the chair plays into who's on LAFCO along with COG, and so there's a reason for that. It's LAFCO makes non-binding decisions. These are some of the most important decisions that are made in our community, and in some senses, LAFCO has more authority, frankly, than when it comes to growth, at least, than the elected supervisors up here who aren't on LAFCO, and the elected council members who aren't on LAFCO, and the people that run for these special districts, they're not going, they probably aren't going door to door to begin with, but when they're running, they're not promising anything on growth issues. They're running on healthcare issues, on water issues. They're not in the business of land use, and they don't have any business in the business of land use. And what's really happening here, and I'm not saying that this is something that everyone is necessarily conscious of. I know there's been, I did review the May 9th LAFCO meeting, and I don't necessarily think this is like some coordinated effort by everyone involved, but I do firmly know for a fact that there are powers that be behind the scenes that are pushing this, and they're doing it for a reason. And what's really happening here with the county board changeover happening in January, with the Board of Supervisors, potential changes on the Hollister City Council, undoubtedly on the county board, at least, there's going to be more of a slow single-family housing growth influence. And this is an attempt to dilute the decision-making process on LAFCO, which makes, again, some of the most important growth-related decisions, maybe the most important growth-related decisions in our community. And it would dilute the influence of the city and county representatives who do go door to door, who do talk to residents about growth. I am in this seat right now because I promised and committed to slower housing growth, frankly. And I haven't been on LAFCO yet, by the way. And now we're talking about people from the cemetery district in San Juan Bautista and the healthcare district being on LAFCO. It's absolutely absurd, to be really frank. And again, I'm not saying everybody was involved, but from an accountability standpoint, these special district members do not have that same accountability at all. It's not even in the universe of what we have up here as county supervisors, and the city and county leaders are held accountable, and members of the hospital board or water districts are not held accountable for these issues. So what it's allowing when you add these special districts to the LAFCO board is lessening that accountability for LAFCO, the most important growth-related board that is currently being operated and run by elected officials whose job it is to make land use decisions. And adding these special districts so they wouldn't be nearly as accountable, and I'll tell you what else will happen. It's going to be a whole lot easier for developers to get the votes they need for these crucial annexation decisions by lobbying. I know everyone likes to use the nicer word advocating, but by lobbying these special district members who are going to be easily influenced to make decisions that aren't in the best interest of the community. And I'll say some examples. I mentioned the cemetery district in San Juan Bautista being on LAFCO. Come on. The Aromas Water District, why would they have input on annexations into San Juan Bautista and Hollister? Absurd. And then I'm gonna come to the biggest example and the most important one. Again, I'll reiterate some points, but I have a new point on the Healthcare District Board. Yes, there's a balance with growth, and we're going to grow. I've said it over and over again. We've got enough housing units in the pipeline to grow for a decade and be one of the fastest growing counties in the state. We will be one of the fastest growing counties in the state for the next decade, whether we approve another unit or not. And so adding the healthcare district board is extremely dangerous to me. The healthcare district board will have an inherent bias when it comes to housing growth. They are running a business. Think about a corporation. Pick a name of a corporation. that wants, part of their business model is more homes. Part of the healthcare district's model is more homes. So they will have an inherent bias if they're on LAFCO to do anything they can to get more homes into this community. And I think that was reflected at the May 9th meeting when Devin Pack, one of the hospital board members, got up and spoke apparently on behalf of the hospital board. I have no idea if he was given consent to do so or not, but he spoke as if he did and said that he had, that there would be interest from the healthcare district board. They don't want to pay the fees, apparently, but there is interest, at least according to Devin, who I will say is one of the most pro-growth advocates or lobbyists that I've seen in this community. I've never heard him speak a word about slow growth or responsible growth. And then it was also acknowledged at the LAFCO meeting that Elias Salinas, the alternate on the LAFCO board, quote, planted the seed for this idea. And I don't think this is deniable or debatable that Elias Salinas is one of the most vocal pro-single family housing growth advocates in the community, and she planted the seed for this idea. Gee, I wonder why. And then I'll say again, I want to quote, and I'll obviously want her to respond when she gets back, but quote Supervisor Gonzalez in this meeting. I was pretty alarmed when I heard her say, I'd like to see this resolved before the end of the year because at the beginning of the year, you have a new body taking over in terms of supervisor status, city council members. We might be a different board that may not be on this table and this place and time that we are, where we're all in sync at the moment. So absolutely no doubt this is being pushed by pro-development advocates and there's politics behind it, and it's meant to open the door for fewer roadblocks for major housing development. The first I heard of this consideration was when I looked at this agenda. I mean, I don't go around reviewing LAFCO agendas. It's not my role. I'm not on LAFCO. But now we're at the 11th hour all of a sudden, and we're making a monumental decision on a potentially historic change that's under consideration. Frankly, there should be a whole lot more education and public feedback on this. This isn't something that should just go unnoticed. And I know there were efforts, LAFCO, I heard they held some town halls and whatnot, but nobody understands, the general public doesn't know what LAFCO is. The general public they don't even tune into our meetings, let alone LAFCO. They have no clue what LAFCO is. So this would be something that would essentially being slipped by. And I just don't understand why there's any rush on this for something so significant under this, what I believe is a false pretense that this would essentially add voices to the process and reduce existing fees. The fees are really irrelevant in my opinion because we're going to pay a lot more down the road in infrastructure costs and all these other costs that come along with all this additional housing if we do this. And I don't even think we should be the first thing we should be doing is looking at the question of whether the city councils and the county boards and the public are actually interested in this direction, not jumping ahead 3 steps and saying, let's okay the fee structure if we go forward with this, because once you approve the fee structure, it's essentially a done deal. We need to hit the brakes on this, inform the community what's going on, get public feedback. We are getting hoodwinked. We're getting bamboozled. We're getting scammed. You pick a word. That's what's happening right now. And personally, I staunchly oppose the change to allow these special districts. And if I had my way, I'll just say, I don't even think there should be a citizen member on LAFCO who isn't elected or held accountable. I firmly believe we're elected to make decisions and we're held accountable. I would like to propose a resolution against or denying this basically and propose a resolution against adding special districts being invited. That would be a motion that I would like to make, is to deny this when we get to that point and propose a resolution come forward that we are against adding special districts. And I do hope that this becomes a real public conversation at some point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, just to clarify, Madam Chair, was that a motion right now, or are you going to make the motion?
If I have to, yeah. I mean,
in the future.
Yeah, that would be my motion if I'm able to do that, yeah. That we would deny.
Microphone.
Yeah, that would be my motion. And when we get to that point, that we would deny this, proposal for the fee structure altogether, and that we would bring forward a resolution to oppose the special districts being invited.
Okay. Right. Well, I would support that motion. And I'm not going to take long at all. It's very simply, I'm opposed to adding the special districts because I'm very opposed to irresponsible growth, and I think this frankly just makes it easier for more growth to happen. I don't think that's really arguable. I think you could argue that there's some pros to it, but I think that is necessarily part of it. And so just very simply, it's going to be a no for me for this, because I don't want to lower that barrier and make it more susceptible, make our community more susceptible to growth interests like that. So like I said, I don't really know if that was an official second or he's making the motion later.
I think we need to hear from all supervisors before we have a motion on the floor.
That's okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Got it.
So Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for all the comments. You've given me a lot to think about. I have a question, probably maybe for Jennifer. Is Jennifer still on the line? Yeah, okay. I was just curious. So I saw really quickly in kind of the presentation that was online, kind of the list of all of the special districts, but I didn't see it in kind of my backup on the agenda. And so I was just curious, how exactly would it work? Is it that, so right now you guys have 5 on LAFCO, am I understanding that correctly? So 2 from the county, 1 from each of the cities, so City of Hollister, City of San Juan Bautista, and then there's the private citizen, is that correct? So how would the board makeup look? So again, I can't remember what all of the different special districts were or how many there were, but is there a seat for every single one of them, or they would have, you have 12 special districts, and of the 12, there's 1 representative. I just wasn't really clear on how exactly it would work. And are you moving, so it goes from a 5 voting member board to a 15,
Jennifer, can you step in here and explain the process?
Definitely. Good question. I should have gone over that. So right now, yes, the composition is 2 members from the cities, 2 members from the county, and 1 public member. And there's an alternate in each one of those categories. So in total, at present, the commission has 8 members, 5 voting members, and the alternate is a backup if one of those commissioners cannot be present. With the addition of special districts would have 2 additional seats on the commission and an alternate in that category. And that would be based on a vote of the special districts for the representation of those 3 combined seats. The districts would, first, let's back up. If LAFCO should choose to invite the special districts to vote, they would first vote yay or nay whether to select to join LAFCO. If a simple majority of all of the districts, and there's a total of 9 special districts in San Benito that LAFCO has jurisdiction over, if 5 of those special districts or more supports being seated on LAFCO with a yay vote, then it would go to an election process to seat those representatives. LAFCO would call for nominations, and the special districts would send representation to vote on those 3 positions. So frankly, those 3 seats could come from any one of the 9 districts. There's not one special district that it would necessarily be attributed to. However, there is the opportunity for the special districts to have a discussion and come to an agreement should they say want to consistently seat one special district in one of those seats.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you for that clarification. So I guess I see it a little bit differently. I don't think there's anybody that is sitting up here that thinks that the way forward for this community is this explosion of housing or anything of that sort. So I guess I wasn't going into that with that in mind of looking at that. So I guess I was kind of looking at it and thinking, oh, well, maybe this is a way for us to be a little more inclusive and have real expertise. And when we consider different things, there are a lot of things to consider. And I think especially with our water districts, is there water available, and different things like that. So I just thought it was possibly adding some expertise. And we'd be going from 5 to 7. It seems like there's a lot of issues or concerns around the healthcare district having representation, but that would assume that the special districts have voted to have those delegates and an alternate from that. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. They'd have to vote.
Okay.
LAFCO does not do any of that. That would be strictly from the 9 special districts voting to determine who their representatives would be.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so Jennifer, one, thank you to the public for all their comments, and thank you to the board for their comments. I just want to be clear, the number one purpose of LAFCO is to discourage sprawl. I mean, that is the point of LAFCO. When you're on LAFCO, you're representing LAFCO and the LAFCO objectives, which have nothing to do with your hat as a supervisor or any other jurisdiction. You truly have to separate yourself when you are on LAFCO and follow and adhere to the purpose of what LAFCOs are, which is an arm of the state. And it's encouraging orderly government boundaries, and government boundaries include special districts. And being someone that has worked in and with special districts for many years, there is a true disconnect between the future of what the county could look like or the cities could look like, and not having representation from special districts that are directly impacted in the decision making of any potential growth. I feel this would actually make the commission much more conservative, because special districts as a whole do not have the resources to be able to handle growth. And they're looking at, regardless of the hospital district, I'm looking at the majority of the special districts. These are small water districts that LAFCO is responsible for doing municipal service reviews and ensuring that their services are adequate for the areas that they're serving. The biggest challenge is the engagement with special districts. Having a special district unengaged in what's happening in our community when it comes to the decisions of annexations can really hurt the special districts. What I was impressed with is the engagement that our executive director has done with special districts has actually started to get the public talking about what LAFCO is, what the purpose of LAFCO is, and how they can be a part of it. This resolution that's been brought before the Board of Supervisors and is also being brought before both cities is to strictly ask if the 1/3 could be the 1/5 for their contribution. If the special districts, and this is my understanding, Jennifer, please correct me if I'm misspeaking, or legal, if I'm misspeaking, please correct me. If the special districts chose to join and voted to join at the 1/3 contribution, they would be able to do that with no action from this body. Is that correct? Jennifer?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so what we have before us is that we're trying not to impact special districts as much, and the request is to move it from 1/3 down to 1/5. And my understanding from the conversation on LAFCO is that that was because of the impact on some of our districts that are challenged. But if the special districts do decide to move forward with this and decide to go with a 1/3 vote, that is totally up to the special districts, and we have no say. I'm looking at this as an opportunity for our community to be more informed about what LAFCO is, and that the fact that LAFCO is there to stop sprawling growth, and having special districts have a voice because they can't provide the services of potential developers. In my opinion, it really is the way to keep growth under control and not sprawl. Regardless of the perception that may be out there, do I also agree that LAFCO has been used as a weapon in the past? I do. I've gone back, I've watched the videos of LAFCO. It did not seem like it was staying focused to its true core primary purpose. And so right now, with having a new executive director, a new outside counsel, a fresh perspective of what other LAFCOs do, which over, I believe you said half of the state has special districts on board, and having that we have 9 special districts, that LAFCO does all the municipal service reviews for those special districts with no contribution from the special districts in cost at all. Both cities and the county pay for all of those municipal service reviews. They weren't being done because I have no idea why they weren't being done. I mean, honestly, having these municipal service reviews are really to make sure that the services to our residents are in check and that they're getting the services that they have paid for. Our CSAs are part of the LAFCO also. And so having representation with expertise from special districts, fire districts, whoever they decide to appoint, will give them a voice. And that's really why I am supportive of this. Regardless of where this body goes, I just want it to be clear, this resolution is strictly to go from 1/3 to 1/5 of the contribution coming from special districts. If they choose not, if we decide as a body not to do that, that does not stop the process for the special districts. Okay, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I had a question for clarification. So why, and I know you're on LAFCO obviously, and Jennifer's here as well, but why are we not being asked whether we want to even consider this? Why is it suddenly that who brought this forward as far as this being a consideration that we seem to have skipped ahead a big step, which is, do we even want to pursue expanding LAFCO to include special districts? We've skipped ahead to this step of this would be the fee structure essentially. So I'm just curious as far as process goes, because you just basically stated that we don't really have a say at this point. So when do we have a say? At what point does the board, or did LAFCO make the decision already, and stamp it in,
So I went to a Cal LAFCO conference. It was brought up at the Cal LAFCO conference because there were representatives from special districts, which was a shock to me. I did not know that was even a thing. I will say Elias Salinas did also bring this to the attention of the commission, but at the Cal LAFCO conference and engaging with other LAFCOs, this came up also from our new executive director, that this is an option. You don't have to, you can, you don't have to. But the number one thing we started to do with LAFCO is engage with our special districts and the municipal service reviews. We have a whole schedule of when municipal service reviews are being done for every one of these jurisdictions, and they need to be done every 5 years, which they haven't been done. And so we're bringing all of this information to these special districts because they're like, what's going on? Why are you coming in all of a sudden and doing this? And they're like, well, what kind of say do we have? So the feedback I was getting from some of these special districts is, how can you just come in as LAFCO? We have nobody representing us, and you're telling us what we're doing wrong in our special district, or you're making recommendations that we don't even have a say on. And so that's why I felt this was something that was good to come to the commission. The commission did make the decision to go out and ask the special districts if this is something they're interested in.
But
now, they could also vote
though,
no.
Where are we at in the process is what I'm trying to get at. Who decided, was there a vote that we're going ahead with this? Because
There was a vote on LAFCO to engage with the special districts, asking them if they were interested. And that's where this is right now. And it came back to LAFCO asking if they do join, would we consider a reduction, and the reduction in contributions towards the LAFCO cost.
But this is one of the biggest, I would say, along with the healthcare district consideration, this is the biggest change in governance that I've seen in my, 20 whatever years that I've been around here. And so this is not something that there should be an actual decision at some point. What you stated earlier is basically that no matter what we decide today, the special districts are now making this decision. Who gave the authority for the special districts to suddenly?
Government code. Government code gives them the authority to make the decision.
But somebody has to. It doesn't make sense that we've all of a sudden just jumped toward this point, though, is what I'm trying to say. This is a very, very important change. And so I'm just curious how there has to be some decision so you're saying that the LAFCO board's decision to approach the special districts basically crossed that line of no return.
No, I'm saying that it's up to the special districts if they want to do it or not. They have not gone to vote.
LAFCO and us and the board.
It's a vote of the special districts.
I'm just frustrated that the Board of Supervisors was never asked whether we supported this monumental change, and that I'm finding out about this on the agenda a few days before the meeting. That's why I think we need to pump the brakes. And depending on what happens with my motion, I would also suggest that we could, if we have a tie vote, which it looks like we might, we should continue this item at some point as well, to have town halls and to really reach out to the public and get that public engagement, explain to them the significance of this change, not just hold these LAFCO meetings where literally 0 people are watching, and then suddenly we're at this point of no return. That's what I'm concerned about. And I think it should be in everybody's best interest, because this is going to blow up on everybody. I guarantee it. If we just suddenly move ahead with this huge of a change in governance on the most important issue to most people in this community, and all of a sudden they realize, wait a second, what just happened here? We never knew this was going on. This is another example of government leaders doing things, slyly and all this. So I just think, again, that's why I understand what you're saying. And I don't think I think there are certain entities that do have political motivations on the pro-growth side. I know there are. One of them's in the back of the room. And so I know there are entities that are trying to push this forward because they feel like it would open that door. I just think it's important for the public. We need to get more public input on this. And if we're ready, I'll make that same motion that I made earlier, which is to deny the resolution that's on the agenda, and to, I guess that would be the first one, and then, at least have it come back to the Board of Supervisors for consideration of whether the board actually has an interest in moving ahead on this before we jump ahead, 3 or 4 steps. That would be my motion, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No.
And can I make a second motion then, please, to continue the item in order to plan coordinated town halls to truly engage the public on this issue, to get public feedback on the issue of whether to move forward with this expansion of LAFCO with special district. That would be another motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, since there's a first and a second on that, Jennifer, because we can correspond right now, how many outreach efforts have been going on with these special districts?
I've conducted 3 mailings and a workshop in person there. It was conducted for 2 hours, as well as one-on-one conversations. I do want to point out that the county does not, by government code, have any decision-making power in the process that LAFCO chooses to move forward with. So regardless of the outcome of your discussions and outreach, that does not bind LAFCO in its decision-making process. Government code only gives that power to LAFCO and to the districts that would be voting to join. So you're aware.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question to Supervisor Kosmicki. Are you asking for like the town hall, are you asking to have public outreach to ask the public about the kind of taking it from the third kind of breakdown kind of buy into this fifth, or are you wanting kind of more this public town hall regarding actually the special districts joining LAFCO?
I don't care about the third and fifth. The notion of, I mean, I do. It's a few dollars, but in the long term, the dollar amounts are relatively irrelevant. I'm concerned. I would like a town hall and on a coordinated effort, whether it's the county, if LAFCO wants to be involved. I understand it's not binding, but I just think it's important to educate the public and actually really try to get public input. And I understand there were town halls, but I mean, I don't mean to ask a rhetorical question, but I have to. I mean, how many people were actually there? How many people actually understood what was being considered? And how many people received the mailings? Did they get mailed to, what did those mailings say? Because if I receive a mailer about LAFCO and here's the proposed change in LAFCO, as a regular resident, that's going right in the trash. So the recycling bin, actually. So anyhow, that's why I just think we have to really make an overt effort to engage because of the significance. This is just as significant to me as the governance change at the healthcare district. This is a major, major consideration, and it shouldn't be something that's just sort of passes by without having a real effort. And if LAFCO still decides they want to go in that direction after hearing public input, then LAFCO has the authority to do that. But I just think we need more public input.
Okay, so there's a first and a second on the table.
Just had a question as well.
Go ahead.
Probably for you or Jennifer, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, does LAFCO have a say in this, or could the special districts at any time over the last, 30 years just join?
Anytime over the life of LAFCO, special districts could have done a vote to become members of LAFCO. And Jennifer, please interrupt me again if I'm misspeaking. The point of this is informing the special districts of what LAFCO is and what their rights are. And it's up to them to make the decision if they want to join or not join. They do not have to join. They could vote it down and say we do not want to join. But they then have been informed that all these municipal service reviews that are being done by LAFCO, they have to adhere and start to follow the recommendations that LAFCO will be giving to them. Because we're just starting right now. The wastewater one is our very first, and it will be coming forward to this board and to the other jurisdictions. Is the results of the wastewater is our first municipal service review that we've done.
Right, and so the decision that LAFCO made, I guess, was then to just, at some point they said, okay, now you guys decided we're going to go do outreach and ask the special districts if they want to join.
It was an outreach and education because of the municipal service reviews that now each of those districts are being adhered to.
Okay, understood.
And Madam Chair, I'm not an attorney, you're not an attorney. I think we need a legal clarification on process here because I'm really thoroughly confused. How many years we've gone by here? So the cemetery district of San Juan can just declare I'm on LAFCO? I mean, that's...
The majority of the districts, they have to vote, and it has to be, there's 9 districts. They would have to have each one of those special district board members would have to have a resolution passed by the majority of their boards that then if you had 5 of those special districts pass the majority that they want to join, then it would be a vote.
So is that correct, Jennifer? That they can just make that decision without, LAFCO doesn't have to pass a resolution or anything like that?
Not a resolution. LAFCO will consider at its next meeting whether to formally invite the districts.
So that's what I'm getting at. I know we had to go in circles for a moment there, but that's what I'm getting at. And I think that's where we need to stop and pump the brakes and say, public, do we even want to do that? Because once you invite the special districts and you open that door, then it sounds like that's the point of no return. And I would also say the special districts, deserve that opportunity for real public input, not just the 3 or 5 members sitting in a room somewhere in Tres Pinos and Aromas with 2 people watching, making a decision like this. that's what the point I'm trying to make here about public input and how important this change is and that we need public input. Thank you.
Okay, there's a first and a second for the resolution.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, go right
I'm so
ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Is there any time sensitivity to this? Is there an urgency that this has to be passed? Or, could we table this and have a little bit of time to consider kind of some of these things and have maybe some more conversations and kind of understand it maybe a little bit better and reach out to maybe some of our constituents and kind of get a feel for, kind of what they're thinking and, even though I understand right now we're not voting on the ability for a special district to join LAFCO if they chose, because it sounds like that's already in government code. So if special districts wanted to be on LAFCO, they could. What we're talking about today is the fee structure, going from a third to a fifth.
That's correct.
That is it. If they want to join LAFCO, they can.
Yeah, and we don't have to do a formal invite from LAFCO. My understanding, that's just the action that this commission has decided to do, well, and they haven't even decided to consider doing. But if these special districts came to LAFCO and asked for this, my understanding is if the votes were there in the process, that the executive director would have to conduct the election.
And I appreciate it. To be extra careful on that part, I think we need some sort of legal clarification on process, because it does seem somewhat muddled. And I also do think that those special districts would benefit from the opportunity of public engagement, that they maybe we're being proactive maybe for them because how important this is. And I would just throw out, if we just table this to talk to constituents, which I appreciate, Supervisor Sotelo, that we do, I think we should have some sort of formal event where the public is educated on this and they have the opportunity to really come out, and that there's outreach and all that.
My only concern, because I totally support outreach and education on all aspects of this and everything that we do. I'm a big fan of the town halls, is I don't want us as a body doing anything that we can't do. I mean, if this body is supportive of doing, because it sounds like a campaign to me, and I try to walk a very fine line that you just don't get involved in that kind of thing. So I'm not sure, do we have any legal issues with if the board decides that they want to do an outreach, it's just a majority of the board to do the outreach and that's all we need? And it's okay. We're not, because we're doing outreach and education, because I just don't feel like we may be one-sided or have multiple opinions from the board. How does that work? I just want to make sure that we're clear about what that outreach would look like.
Well, if a majority of the board wanted to oppose, for instance, LAFCO's decision to invite special districts, that would be a board decision. It would be a policy decision that the board was making, and that would be then communicated through either a minute order or a resolution to LAFCO. You can't force them not to do the invitation. You can say, we don't want you to.
Gotcha.
So or we want you to, either way.
So the outreach and education, the efforts that we're talking about doing from this body would be a town hall or something that's explaining the process and having Jennifer, present what's been presented to the special district, but to the whole community so that they have more input and say. So they can contact their commissioners and attend meetings.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with doing that at all.
I assume invite them through the town hall to go to LAFCO when LAFCO makes this decision.
Yeah.
And we would have to agendize, Madam Chair, we'd have to agendize that as an official special meeting if the majority of us wanted to speak, just putting that out there.
Yeah. Okay, so we had a motion. Are we going to table that motion?
My recommendation would be to table the item since we didn't have consensus, and to do further outreach with the public and to schedule an official meeting that serves as a town hall for the public to be educated and share their input on this consideration.
So do we need to withdraw your original?
I think it was denied because it was a 2-2, right?
We didn't actually do a final vote.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. We just had a first and a second. I didn't go any further because we just started talking.
On the denial of the fees, I mean, look, this is all, I'm not here to for theater. So if we want to just, we know where we all stand. I think as far as, I don't want to create, let's just do the tabling, I think is fine, to do further outreach and what I stated about the town hall.
Okay. Okay. Jennifer, did you get that? And we'll have staff coordinate with you so that we can do more outreach.
That sounds good. Yes, I did hear it.
That's just staff direction. We don't have to take a motion on this, correct?
There has to be a consensus.
Is there a consensus on this? I think.
Can we just vote on it? It's a motion.
Is there a second?
Yep, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 4-0. Okay. Yes, we can take a 5-minute break.
Pulling it.
garden and
She was out.
little baby hat. The bottle. Oh, congratulations.
Okay, we're going to wait for her real quick. Back from our little break. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're going to move on to item 2.3, which is receive a presentation on climate action planning update on the priority climate action plan and comprehensive climate action plan and provide staff direction. Eric.
Ariel. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and
Morning.
fellow Board of Supervisors and members of the public. I am Ariel Goodsby, Principal Planner, and I am thrilled to be here today to give you an update on the sustainability work staff has been working on here in San Benito County. Before I continue, I just want to take a minute to acknowledge the incredible collaboration between departments and the support of the Board of Supervisors to get where we are today. Integrated Waste Manager Selena Stotler and I, back in 2021, came together recognizing the need for looking at the county's long-range sustainability and climate action planning. We were even more excited last year when the County of Santa Clara, through the Office of Sustainability as a lead organization with San Benito County as a co-applicant, were recently awarded $1 million planning grant from the Environmental Protection Agency Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program for climate action planning activities for the San Jose, Sunnyvale, and Santa Clara Metropolitan Statistical Area that encompasses not just Santa Clara County, but San Benito County. Most of the jurisdictions in Santa Clara County have already developed or are in the process of developing greenhouse gas emissions, greenhouse or GHG inventories, and climate action plans. The County of San Benito has not yet developed our CAP, and that's why we're here today. And a sub-grant was awarded to the County of San Benito to develop a priority climate action plan, or PCAP, and a comprehensive climate action plan, CCAP, with consultant support in an amount of $280,000. The development of the county's CCAP will allow the county to be more competitive for future Environmental Protection Agency's climate pollution reduction implementation grants, and a contract between Rincon Consulting and San Benito County to support the county's grant work during this grant term was approved. And I would now like to introduce Ryan Gardner from Rincon Consulting to give you a presentation on the progress we've made thus far.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. My name is Ryan Gardner. I'm the Director of Climate Action and Implementation at Rincon Consultants, and I'm leading the consultant team helping out on the community action or the climate action planning update. Next slide. So today we're going to go through a little bit of the priority climate action plan and what we've completed up until now. And then we'll dig into the comprehensive climate action plan, which is going to be ongoing over the next year or so. And we'll hit a little bit on community outreach and some of the work we're going to do on that front, and then open it up for questions. Next slide. So just a little bit of background. The Priority Climate Action Plan was is a grant-funded project through the EPA's Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program. There was about $250 million distributed across the country to, I think, 50 or so of the largest metropolitan areas in the country. And this is a group made up of the San Jose, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara Metropolitan Statistical Area, or MSA, which is essentially the Santa Clara and San Benito counties. There's another MSA just to the north, which is the rest of the 9-county Bay Area, and then one in Sacramento, one in Central California, Ventura, and two in the Central Valley. So several within California, and all working on these kind of projects at the same time. And the point of the PCAP was really to identify the most influential actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the benefit of identifying these is that they then become available to apply for up to $4.6 billion in implementation funding, which then becomes competitive across all these different regions. So next slide. So as part of the PCAP, this was a very compressed timeline. We had about 4 months to get all this work done. So the outreach was done really at the kind of cities, agencies, counties, community choice aggregator level. We had the CPRG working group, which was all of these agencies kind of getting together and talking about this process. We did some outreach with the San Benito COG. There's also meetings and connection with City of Hollister and San Juan Bautista to try to align with some of their climate action planning efforts, as well as ABAG and BayREN. And we were able to turn this around and get the PCAP submitted before the deadline, which was great, and then moved into the next phase, which is applying for this grant funding. Next slide. So through this process, we identified the largest sectors and created a greenhouse gas inventory of where greenhouse gas emissions are coming from. On this slide, you can see that on-road transportation and buildings, both natural gas and electricity, kind of make up the majority of the emissions, with solid waste and off-road equipment about the remaining 10%. So these are the sectors we really focused on. There's also several other sectors that we're going to be expanding on in the CCAP or this next phase with a more detailed inventory. Things like water, wastewater will also be included. We'll also be looking at agricultural and natural working lands. But these are really like where most of the emissions are coming from and where we focus our PCAP strategies. Next slide. So again, the PCAP was not a comprehensive plan. It really just focused on what we can apply for funding. So that was really driving what was shovel ready, what was there infrastructure in place to work on that now, and then again covering both the San Benito County and Santa Clara County. And we also needed to demonstrate for the EPA what the greenhouse gas reductions would be for 2030 and 2050. Next slide. So working together with the CPRG working group and all the different potential implementing agencies, each of those groups identified who would be willing to really implement these programs. And there's various kind of implementing agencies that are spearheading the application process to actually potentially get some of those monies. So in these slides, we'll go through actions that San Benito County would be involved in are highlighted and or bolded, and then the rest of the grant options are included as well, just for information. But the Regional Holistic Building Decarbonization Program for low and moderate income occupant housing. This is a collaboration from across both of the MSAs I talked about, so both the Bay Area with BACMed and the Santa Clara San Benito, for one large approach for requesting funding to pay for electrification and efficiency upgrades for low and moderate income households. So this would identify money, earmark money to do like direct install programs potentially. And there's quite a few implementing agencies working on this. BayREN, ABAG, AMBAG, BACMed, the counties, as well as several nonprofits, Rising Sun Center for Opportunity, PG&E is involved as well. So a large collaborative to try to bring hopefully significant amount of funding into the region to do that work. And then some other programs for agricultural upgrades for buildings, as well as public facilities. So potentially some money could be seen from that as well. Next slide. On the transportation side, there's a lot of collaboration between MTC and VTA, and then working on how to develop additional transit resources, and then also potentially money for bike and ped infrastructure. And that was something that County of San Benito, County of Santa Clara, and VTA collaborated on. So again, looking to bring in additional resources to help build out some of this infrastructure. Next slide. Additional transportation looked at signal priority programs, so helping to align how streetlights change to help traffic flow better, and also to allow for things like bus rapid transit, where buses don't have to wait, so the transit time is lower for taking the bus. Also, EV charging infrastructure and zero emission fleet programs. And then also AMBAG looking at funding for technical assistance for agricultural equipment decarbonization. So similar to the EVs, but on the ag equipment side. Next slide. And then there was quite a bit of collaboration between County of San Benito and County of Santa Clara on organics diversion and also compost application. So working with the ag communities, expanding programs for them to get compost for application on ag lands, on range lands, and then also looking at setting up programs to kind of help fund that and divert additional organics from the waste stream. That's really in support of things like SB 1383, which are already in place, and helping to expand and enhance those programs. Next slide. So all of that work had been done by April 1st, and then all of the applications for the grants have already been submitted. We expect to hear back by July on whether or not funding or if we've been selected for any funding. And then by October 2024, anticipating that those awards would be dispersed. So this is a pretty quick turnaround on both the county side and on the federal side. They're really looking to get these projects up and running quickly. So if we do find out in July that we awarded any of the monies, then it would then go into allocating staff time and additional coordination across the MSA to kind of manage this work. And in the meantime, the consultant team and the counties are working on the comprehensive climate action plan, which is kind of the bulked up version of the PCAP that we've been talking about. Next slide. So in this comprehensive plan, we have a bit more time. We have at least through the end of this year, probably into the summer, and potentially a bit longer if we can get some additional time allocated from EPA. But we're going to be digging more into the strategies and the actions, doing additional outreach with the cities, with like San Juan Bautista and Hollister, as well as tribes, and then just general outreach throughout the county. And we'll be doing both in-person and virtual. We're kind of working on finishing up our outreach strategy for that, and then looking at quantifying those actions and also understanding the impacts to the low-income and disadvantaged communities, which is a big focus of this program and a focus of the EPA, and quantifying some of these long-term efforts and building capacity to implement some of this work into the future. Next slide. So for part of the outreach, we have mini grants. So this is money set aside to help pay for community members to come out and be involved. We heard a little bit about this earlier in the day. And also we can provide CBOs or community organizations money to go out and do their own outreach in support of this. And then we're also going to be doing a mix of in-person and virtual outreach, probably some pop-ups, some workshops, and trying to provide multiple ways that people can attend, whether it's, again, in person or virtually. And really just want to get more community input on what types of strategies are going to work well in San Benito County, and what people want to see and what issues they've had implementing some of this work. And from there, we'll pull together all the feedback, build out our final measures and actions, and then develop a final draft report, which the county can then use as their climate action plan moving forward. Next slide. So timelines, spring, right now we're working on updating the greenhouse gas inventories, and we're also doing a natural and working lands inventory, which is going to show us both the emissions and the carbon sequestration benefit of all the ag and natural lands that are within the county, which is extensive. So a really important piece there. We're also going to kick off our community outreach and mini grant process. Through the summer, we'll start, finish up the inventory, do our forecasts, target setting, and finalize our natural and working lands inventory. moving into the winter time, we'll start going through the greenhouse gas measures selection process and doing quantification and identifying co-benefits. That's kind of winter into spring. Once those are finalized in the summer, we'll be wrapping up a final report by June 2025. And there is potentially an option that we'll be able to push this out a little bit longer, which would allow us to do some additional outreach and engagement. But that really just hinges on EPA and if they, I guess, okay our request for additional time. But that's kind of the summary of what we're working on and what we'll be doing. And next slide. And with that, I will open it up to any questions you have.
Thank you so much. We're going to open it up to public comment.
In Chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. Valerie, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Very, very interesting report. And very excited also that with the public comment that I made earlier for Reach San Benito Parks Foundation on the concern over bicycling and the absolute no-brainer connection between bicycling in San Benito County and air quality and the alternate transportation. It just seems like there's such a disconnect between what the state is asking for, what the highways are doing. Even on the federal highway going to the Pinnacles, there is not enough or any bicycle accommodation that allows for us to expand our tourism out to that area where there are hundreds of people. If you look at the programs that San Luis Obispo County, how they are banking on their bicycle trails, the tourism, connecting it to their wine country. It is a duplication of what we could do here in San Benito County to create a really vibrant tourism. So I'm excited to see that this is moving forward, that there is some real capacity for grants that would focus on our developing that kind of program. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
I see no further comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I can go first.
Sure, Supervisor.
Yeah, so generally speaking, I support this and efforts to reduce emissions. It's one of the most crucial issues we're facing. We have to play our part. I do agree with Supervisor Zanger on, I guess it's just unfortunate that we have to offer grants and gift cards and all this stuff for especially nonprofits that have a vested interest. I just wish they would just frankly turn down the money. It's taxpayer money, and these nonprofits' role is really to help with these issues, and it should fit really within the realm of what they do. And I've experienced this recently on another regional committee that I sit on, where they were talking about how much everyone's getting paid, and I was kind of stunned by that as well. So it's just unfortunate that we have to pay people to try to be part of the solution these days. And then I kind of gravitate toward the transportation thing. I did have a quick question though, just to clarify it looks like from what I could tell, this is like maybe a 25-year plan, or I saw 2050. We hope to be ready in another year. Is that accurate? Or what is the planning timeline, or the plan's actual timeline of how these strategies are going to be implemented?
Ryan? Oh.
Yeah, I think the planning horizon is through 2030. That's going to be the focus, and that aligns with the state of California's SB 32, which is their codified 40% reduction below 1990 levels emissions target. And then it will go out further than that to 2045, 2050, which is about when the state will be aiming to be carbon neutral, which is AB 1279. But as you go out further in time, things get much more uncertain. So a lot of focus will be kind of now through 2030, 2035, and then we'll kind of be less specific as we get later.
I appreciate that clarification. Some of the positives, just from my feedback, the signal prioritization, I think that's a general issue that I bring up a lot. I think we could do a lot better with how we handle our traffic signals, not just here. When I go through other areas like Gilroy, it's kind of maddening how everyone's just kind of sitting there for extended periods of time, spewing out emissions into the air. The agricultural equipment decarbonization, but as I want to emphasize, as long as it's driven by consumers in the free market and not being forced on farmers who are already, having difficulty get by. I want to make sure that farmers are on board with whatever. And I know farmers are sort of turning that page, as long as it fits into the finances that work for them. On the other side of it, I've brought up before just issues that I have with VMT in general. I'm all for ideas to reduce emissions, but I just see a lot of hypocrisy from the state level on a lot of this stuff, and it's frustrating that it continues to play such a significant role in transportation planning, considering that at the same time we're planning for everybody to be driving electric vehicles in another decade or so, which there's something missing there for me. I don't quite understand, especially, and that's why I brought up the timeline of 2045, 50, where this really goes out to is, we have these requirements where if we buy new cars, they're going to have to be electric vehicles in another 7 years or so. And so I just don't, that's one where I'm hoping the state at some point can start being more practical on how it incorporates VMT into highway planning, because of course I'm referring to Highway 25 here, and I'm hoping that if we have some sort of documented plan and strategy that it's taking into account Highway 25 and the fact that Highway 25 realistically isn't going to be done, if it's done ever, in the next 15, 20, 30 years. And that takes us out toward the latter end of this climate action plan. So I don't, in 30 years or 20 years, I don't necessarily see the need for that to be a priority in this. And I would mention as well on that, the bicycle pedestrian highways. I think there are areas where I agree with the speaker. There are opportunities perhaps with pinnacles per se. You're not going to save the world by having a few people ride bicycles to pinnacles, though. I just, again, I'm a realist. I think it's great to have those things, but I don't think it's necessarily going to put any sort of dent in the climate emissions that we're spewing out here by having bicycle paths. I don't have a problem with that from a community aspect. I do have a problem with necessarily requiring bike paths on, per se, Highway 25. I don't see how that reduces gas emissions. I hope that's not something that ends up happening, because I just realistically, I don't see anywhere near enough people to make an impact riding their bikes to Gilroy instead of driving. It's just not going to, people aren't going to be grabbing their briefcases and getting on the bicycle and riding to Gilroy and picking up, getting on a train several hours later to go to work. So just as long as those sort of realistic aspects are incorporated. Otherwise, I think it's great. Nice presentation, and thank you very much.
Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I've got a quick question on it's marked as slide 12. I don't know if it's actually 12, but it kind of has the map of, it shows yes, that one right there. Is that really accurate that all of San Benito County is high pollution census tract, but the majority of Santa Clara is not?
You nailed my question. That's exactly what I was going to ask.
Brian, are you online?
Yes. It is accurate. The nuance of how these tracts get defined can be a little tricky, because it depends on the population that's there and how they're spread out and the size of the tract. So it's not necessarily, it could be an artifact of just that tract is that big and there is some pollution problems in there. So it kind of fills out to the whole area. So it can be a little misleading, but that is kind of the data and what it says. I would say, not that it's a positive, but the EPA is really looking to fund projects that address these areas. So one thing that we did was dig in beyond just the EPA tools that they provided and use a lot more California specific tools to kind of really highlight where there are some of these issue areas and where folks are experiencing higher emissions and air quality impacts, so that we can try to drive funding to these locations.
Okay, am I understanding then, since our entire county is green and Santa Clara is really the bulk of it, then mostly they don't have a problem, we would receive more funding here? We would receive the majority of the funding?
It's potential. So the two pieces that are on this graph or this map are both the low-income disadvantaged communities, which are in yellow, which I think just Hollister is highlighted in San Benito County, but there is quite a bit of that in Santa Clara County, especially in like outside of San Jose, in those regions. So it will be having more benefit for LIDAC communities does give you additional points. So I don't know how it's going to shake out at the EPA decision level, but that is something that we promoted in our applications to show that there really can be benefits to these communities through these programs.
And I'll just add, with the 3 applications, or at least the 2 that the county submitted, one was submitted by COG. All 3 of those applications were in partnership with the other Santa Clara County and cities. So the funding is spread out throughout the 2 counties and the cities that were part of those applications.
Okay. So will this ultimately, I guess, what will it kind of look like? Like if we get this grant funding, I guess I just have concerns that it's like, how is this going to kind of impact our county residents here? Is it just things that we're going to be doing, like as a county, and kind of implementing, these bike lanes and different things like that? Or is it that, okay, well, since your whole county is this, even all the way down in South County, now you're going to have to purchase new equipment or new vehicles or new any things like that? Because now we've been identified as this huge high pollution census tract for our entire county. Do you kind of see where I'm going with it? Like, I just worry that it's like, oh my gosh, we look like this high danger now compared to Santa Clara County, which I find hard to believe. And so I'm just wondering, I'm worried about the impact. Like, having clean air, I've got asthma, having clean air is incredibly important to me, and whatever we can do to improve it. But I also worry about how is this going to impact all of our residents, and especially now showing that we're this huge, which I just can't, it doesn't seem right. I get there's a lot that probably goes into it, and population and different things, but I don't know. I just have concerns of what is this going to look like and what is this going to cost our actual residents? But
I think as we continue to update the board on the progress, we can look more into the map and share more information on that. And as well as Ryan stated, July is when we get notified if we were awarded those 3 grants. And so we'll be able to provide more information about exact funding that goes to the county, what the programs will look like.
Yeah. Can you like, not so much the COG one, but with the county one, what was part of that grant?
The county ones? Mm-hmm. So one of them, we are a co-applicant, and there will be an MOU coming before you at the June 18th meeting with the grant requires you to have an MOU before you even get notified if you're awarded the grant come July. But that is with City of Sunnyvale as lead agency, and the concept is to plan for and implement reuse infrastructure for restaurants and schools, and so that they're using reusable dishware and cups and other cutlery so that it's not disposable and it's reducing waste into our landfills. So those will be a pilot. Hopefully we have a hub here in San Benito County. We have to do a lot of outreach to engage interest from the schools and from the businesses. And then City of Sunnyvale and the other partners of that grant would be doing the same.
Let's just say, like, for a restaurant, for example, would this grant be helping them to fund that change, or is that just going to be on the business to kind of absorb that cost?
Yeah, the grant would help fund those changes.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger, any questions? No? Yeah, I have real concerns about that map because, I mean, it is for census blocks. They're huge census blocks, but how that data is gathered, it just, in my opinion, to not have Hollister even as a concerned area where that's the greatest population is just seems ridiculous to me, but neither here nor there. I am happy to hear from our public comment about the potential collaboration with some of these other efforts that are trying to be done with, you know, the regional park and being able to have these bike paths that connect our local jurisdictions together. So I don't really have any questions. It was a great presentation. Just a little confused about the map. So I would love more information about that and how the data is gathered and how that compares to others. Yes, Supervisor.
As the rep, I've had this explained to me on Monterey Bay Area Resources District. So there are times, and I guess it depends on the snapshot, when we do actually have pretty poor air quality here because of the winds, and the air tends to sit in over our area. And Pinnacles National Park, believe it or not, can be one of the worst areas for air quality at times, depending on things. And then the San Juan Bautista area has been flagged at certain times as well. Just it's not, I don't think it's because our residents are polluting necessarily. It's the pollution that's coming from elsewhere.
It's coming from elsewhere. And that's part of the data collection that I think is so necessary. Because, I mean, when you're looking at these impacts on regions or areas, you know, and they're having us focus on what we need to do when it's being blown into our area, it's really, I just think more information about the data would be most informative for me and educational. This is not my area of expertise. It just seems odd. So thank you for your comments.
We're happy to get that to you and the public as well.
Okay, great. Any additional questions, comments? This was presentation only, so you don't need anything else from us?
No, just stay tuned.
Okay, stay tuned. I like that. Thank you so much, you guys. And I appreciate the collaboration. That's always so helpful to see departments working together and agencies. Okay, so because in light of time right now, I'm going to go to close consent on the two items that were pulled. So 1.12 and 1.19 were both pulled by Supervisor Sotelo. I actually was going to also pull 119 because I had a couple questions, so you go right ahead.
So I pulled 112 just really kind of more out of clarification, and I was hoping to kind of get an explanation for the item and to kind of clear up, it seems like, some information that is not correct. And I think, first of all, what I want to say is that there was some statements made earlier about kind of grooming Henny Ring as the future CAO and that we've named her the deputy CAO when, in fact, this board has not named Henny the deputy CAO. That happened about a year ago from Ray Espinosa. And so I just want to kind of clear that up. And then I'm hoping, Henny, that you can explain to us kind of why, this item is being brought forward as you as the primary on Trindle.
Sure.
Thank you. Well,
good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Henny Ring with Administration, Human Resources, and /Risk. So what this is about is, as you're aware, Trindle Insurance Fund provides cost-effective risk. Hold on, let me get my glasses on. Risk financing, risk control, and claims management. San Benito County is one of 12 rural counties that are part of the Trindle Insurance Fund. Each of the participating counties is in the joint power of agreement, appoint a primary voting member and an alternate to the Trindle Board of Directors. So in my past 2 years that I've been with San Benito County, I have been the alternate, and I've participated in every board of directors meeting and special meetings that they've had as instead for Ray. So not to be usurping or anything like that, but as an alternate. So I've been very involved with Trendell, especially since we had a old courthouse that has burned, and risk management and liability, general liability, all of that. And as part of HR risk, I've been leading most risk management for the county since then. So how this came about is an annual election of executive directors is coming up next week. And I was approached by the executive director and the current executive committee of Trendell and asked if I could be swapped out as primary and Ray made alternate, since I have been participating in every meeting since then. Actually, is Ray's direction. He asked me to put this on the agenda. He was good with me swapping out him as primary for me as alternate, to be primary versus the alternate. Again, I think this is, Trendell had reached out and had asked because they liked the fact, as members of the public had stated earlier, I am in human resources and I do come with great experience on that. And I think that's what Trendell was looking as part of the executive, to be part of the new election of elective executive directors for the next year for Trendell. They kind of like that HR element. So they wanted to have me swap out as primary so that I could be available or potentially voted in by their board of directors. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to make sure that we're really transparent with the public about what we're doing. So thank you. So I'm good with this item. I don't know if there's any additional questions. So I move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's a 4-0.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Henny. Okay, so now we're moving on to item number 1.19. This was pulled by Supervisor Sotelo.
Yeah, so I pulled it because the way that I understand kind of our agreement that we have with Waste Connections is that we're supposed to have free disposal for county items. And so I know Steve and I kind of briefly talked about this, and I don't, maybe you have an answer now, but he was kind of, I think, looking to get some more information on it. But that's really kind of why I pulled it, because I thought we had an agreement with Waste Connections that we got free disposal.
So definitely for some items, we do get free disposal. When it comes to contractor bid projects, I just forwarded an email just maybe 20 minutes ago from our hired county council person. What she said was, if we possess, control, and maintain the debris, then we can dispose of it for free at the landfill. And so regarding this item, and maybe future items is a better answer, is that if in the contract we say, for items that can legally be disposed of at a landfill, those items shall be disposed at the John Smith landfill. And then, in quote unquote, we control the debris train, I guess you'd say. And so then it's not 100% for sure, but then we might be eligible to have the free take advantage of the free disposal. But when I talked to our contract manager and our contract people for this project, we don't really spell that out. Basically, the contractor essentially owns the debris and they're supposed to dispose of it, quote, legally, and that's the extent of it. We don't say, take the debris to the landfill, and we don't give them specific direction about the train of the landfill. So she said there's potential. It kind of has to be spelled out better, probably in contract docs, maybe in the future, but I don't think for this one it's going to be a quote free. So
because we didn't have that language in the contract, then they're going to take it somewhere else and it's going to cost $400,000. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, and just to clarify, and I don't know if it's all been taken everywhere. I know some of it went to a quarry and is being pulverized, and then I think there's still some left over. It could potentially go to our landfill, and our landfill could charge them for that, and then some of that revenue comes back to the county. But I think it's at their discretion, the contractor's discretion, and it's because it's a construction bid project. If it was, our county staff working with, we find tires and things, and there's some things we have used the landfill for free disposal, absolutely. But because it's a bid project, it has to be spelled out in the contract docs, is what I'm learning, basically. So
is that something that we can do on all kind of future contracts, though, is kind of have that waste diversion and kind of disposal, kind of plan so that we can hopefully maybe have it ahead of time before it's signed so that we can save money? Because, $400,000 could go more towards fixing the roads, right? We've got a lot of roads to fix. So I just want to be really, really careful that we're maximizing every single cent that we possibly can in something like that.
Yeah, I think it's a great suggestion. And I want to be clear, I'm not guaranteeing that we can do this because there's probably something we have to confirm with the operator and our contract people for the landfill to make sure. But I think it's absolutely worth pursuing that for like future projects because there's that potential. So we'll do that. So, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor
Yeah, I
Kosmicki.
appreciate this, pulling this. So how much of the 400,000 are we responsible for? Because this is a federally funded project.
About 12%.
Okay. And then, is it worth getting a further legal opinion on the contract? And not that I'm not trusting you, just because of the dollar amount.
Well, that's actually why I reached out to our legal counsel person. I sent her a follow-up email. So we'll see what she says. But according to the contract docs, there's nothing specific that says the county owns and maintain the debris, and so therefore you do X. Because typically on projects, especially construction projects, the contractor owns debris, demolition. It's on them to take care of those items. It's a contractor responsibility. It's not a county. We don't
own the road that is a county road once it's pulverized.
Well, so let's see, how can I phrase this? When a contractor does demolition activities, their contract says thou shalt dispose of those demolished things at the contractor's expense as part of the contract. Does that make sense?
Oh, man.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I agree about fixing the language, though, for future reference. That makes a lot of sense because it seems like we just kind of got caught in a legal language issue here.
Somewhat. I'm not sure the county wants to be responsible for disposal of debris because that gets kind of tricky sometimes because some of it's hazardous, some of it's got oil, petroleum products. There's a lot of, we don't automatically want to own all the debris on a construction project, but long story short, I think there's potential in the future for debris that's clean, I'll say, and can legally be disposed of at our landfill that we could get some benefit from that. I'll say that. So,
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate this item being pulled also. My question was more towards the estimated cost, because this is an estimate change order according to the backup that was provided. This work has not been done, so how are they basing this estimate, and is there any chance, is this going to be tracked to ensure that we're only paying for what we have to, like a T&M type thing?
Yeah, so it's always tracked. It's, they give us tags and they say, okay, this much went to here, this much went to there. And so, yeah, they always have to provide backup before.
It's just the only concern I have is they're not coming back for more money.
Hopefully they don't find any more bad car parts and concrete and things when they're digging up the soil. But for this one area, I guess the answer is correct.
And so this is in the riverbed itself?
Correct.
Is where they're finding it?
Correct.
And my understanding is that there was a buried site. I had heard rumors of a buried site there some time ago. To stabilize the ground is what the rumor was.
There's lots of fun things they're uncovering in the riverbed, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the comments from the board. Is there a motion?
So I'll move to approve, sorry.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, with that completes consent and regular agenda. We will be back for public hearing. I'm going to open up closed session comments right now for the public, and then we'll go into closed session.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, we have Elia Salinas.
You added something earlier to the agenda, and it was going to be personnel issue, but you didn't give any other explanation. What department is it regarding?
I believe the county council did state it was CAO, and it was a personnel matter.
Okay, so I would request on that, you're still going to do what you're going to do, but Supervisor B. Gonzalez is not here. And if it has to do with the CAO, I don't think you guys should be making any, I apologize, that's disrespectful. I don't think any of you supervisors should be making any decisions right now while you don't have Ms. Gonzalez here to make these decisions. Like I said earlier, this issue turned into a total cluster, and you're still dealing with it. And I don't know what new information could have come yesterday regarding the CAO, aside from knowing that Supervisor Gonzalez was not going to be here. So, again, each one of you have a vote, and each one of you need to make your decisions based on what's best for the entire county and not personal matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional?
No further comments.
Okay, so we're going to go into closed session. We'll be back at 1:30 for the public hearing.
going to curl up and stay there. Friendly to ourselves, but we got a comforter. I didn't. I got it. Never me. I thought I'd be a dog. It wasn't like yeah, I knew where it was. I just. Unless you. I got it. Yeah, that's. I'm trying. A wine tasting. And yeah.
do when you see the little cool breeze.
Did not realize. Got some sample worms. Worm item, huh? Who's the worm item?
Warm farm. Teamwork. Okay, we are coming back from closed session, and it is 1:31. We're going to open up the public hearing. We have to review Land Conservation Act application for compatible use request. This is a Central Coast Worm Farm. Maria Rocha is the landowner, and make determinations approving or denying the request. If compatible use request is approved, adopt resolution approving LCA compatible use.
Sorry,
Take
Chair.
it away, Assessor Tom.
Sorry, Chair. We're going to have a report out from closed session.
Yes. See you guys. So coming back from closed session, sorry, Tom, hold please. We have a report out from closed session. Yeah, and you know what? I even mentioned it before I walked in here, so.
Yes, there were 3 closed sessions.
Microphone, please.
Closed session.
Nope, still not there. That mic doesn't like you, and that button is
Is it
hiding.
on now? Yeah.
There you go.
There were 3 closed sessions, one for a conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, another public employee appointment for the Ag Commissioner, and an added item for employee evaluation, CAO. In each of those, the board gave direction to staff.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm not going to repeat, but we opened the public hearing. I'm sorry, we just had to kind of take a step back there, so go right ahead.
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tom Slavich, County Assessor. Today we have a Williamson Act compatible use request. As mentioned, the applicant is Central Coast Worm Farm, and the landowner is Maria Rocha. So this agricultural preserve is 280 acres on Williamson Act contract 7420. Property is located about 8 miles north of Hollister on Shore Road between Lovers Lane and Perry's Court. The request is for a composting facility followed by vermicomposting on the property. Vermicomposting involves processing compost with worms to produce a high-quality soil amendment worm castings for local use in agriculture. Applicant intends the facility to use, I guess, either traditional windrow composting and/or an aerated static pile system. The site will receive mixed materials. There will be green materials, food materials, animal manure, mushroom compost, etc. And it is expected to process roughly 750 tons per day, I believe at its peak. The amount of land required for this compatible use is roughly 33 acres. It should be noted that the Central Coast Worm Farm acquired the equipment and business from the prior owner at this location, Central Coast Compost, which was used in composting there. The present use of the property is for a cattle feedlot, hay crops, and compost production. So under a county ordinance, under compatible uses, under general principles, the primary purpose of creating the agricultural preserve is to foster agriculture and to preserve the ag land. The determination of a compatible use shall be made in light of these principles. Agricultural use is any use of land for the purpose of producing an agricultural commodity for commercial purposes. Under our county ordinance, under compatible uses again, any compatible use as determined by this board upon a finding that the proposed use is incidental and not detrimental to ag use is deemed compatible. As listed in the staff report, there's 3 tests of principles of compatibility. Number 1, the use will not significantly compromise the long-term ag capability of the preserve. 2, the use will not significantly displace or impair current or reasonably foreseeable ag operations on the preserve. And lastly, the use will not result in significant removal of adjacent agricultural preserves from agricultural use or open space. The agricultural preserve in this situation will continue to meet the acreage and income requirements of the Williamson Act. In this situation, the proposed project will take up approximately 33 acres, which is about 12% of the total acreage of the 280 acres under contract. Your committee recommended approval of this compatible use, and I'm here to answer any questions, and I believe the applicants are also here if you have any questions of them.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Tom. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
And does the applicant have anything that they'd like to state before we bring it back to the board? Are we good? I always like offering.
You guys want to say anything? Or?
Thanks for having us here. Thanks for doing it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Sotelo.
I'm just curious, and forgive me for not knowing this, how many truckloads is 750 tons per day?
Maybe you guys can come up here and...
Yeah, we need you to speak into the microphone. Thank you. For our Zoom attendees.
So we designed our flow to be the absolute maximum, and that would be...
For the cow recycle, you have to see what the most feedstock you can bring in one day, and then say you use that throughout the year. So if I have one day a year, let's say during tomato season, and I have all the influx coming, I have to calculate what that is, and that's 750 tons. There's no way I'm going to do that every day, but that's the way it had to be written for cow recycle. But that's like 36 trucks. Yeah.
Well, 30 to 36.
30, yeah, depending how loaded they are.
Are there, I'm not even going to ask the question. Never mind. Thank you. Not going to open that worm.
We are a worm farm.
We do know worms.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, is there, I'm assuming from looking at this, we do have a motion. We need to approve. Oh yeah, public comment. We did that already. Yep, we did. So any other comments from the board members? Is there a motion I can get?
Motion to approve the request.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 4-0.
Do we also need to adopt the resolution approving the LCA? So I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution approving the LCA compatible use.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 4-0.
Great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
very much.
Have a nice afternoon. Okay, so now we're moving on to item 3.2, which is hold a public hearing on the rates and schedule of the John Smith landfill, adopt a resolution adopting the rate schedule and approve the landfill operators 2024 cost of living adjustment, the county's contract for operations of the John Smith landfill waste solutions Group of San Benito County LLC, a subsidiary of Waste Connections Incorporated, submits its annual request for a a compensation adjustment per section 6.2 of the landfill operating agreement between the County of San Benito and Waste Solutions Group of San Benito LLC. And this is a WIC is requesting a COLA increase of 2.12%, which equates to $90,838. Okay, I read it. I don't like that rule that we have to read these, but that's fine. I'm getting used to it. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. As Madam Chair stated, today's public hearing is regarding adjustments to the rate schedule at John Smith Road Landfill. The landfill operator, and we do have a representative here today, Dave Jappert. The operator submitted its annual calculation for compensation adjustment prior to March 1st per section 6.2 of the landfill operating agreement. The calculated COLA was 2.12% or $90,838. Staff and our consultant, Lewis Engineering, Sangita Lewis with Lewis Engineering, conducted a review of the operator's COLA calculation and concur with the mathematical accuracy and proper use of the indices outlined in the operating agreement. As a result, staff adjusted the current landfill rates to reflect a 2.12% increase across all rates, and the increased rates were reflected in the public hearing that the notice that was published on May 24th and May 31st, also attached to the staff report. Please note that the landfill operator per section 6.2A of the operating agreement is entitled to a minimum of 2% each year, but cannot exceed 6%. It is staff's recommendation today that the board approve the landfill operator's COLA and the resolution adopting the revised rate schedule. And I'm here to answer any questions. I think we also have Buck with Waste Connections on the line to answer additional questions.
Okay, great. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
And having no public comment, is there any questions from the board? Nope. Is there a motion?
Move to approve as recommended.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing. It is 1:42. And I do not believe we have anything on future agenda items. So we are going to, unless there's public comment on future agenda items. Yep, no, okay. So
Motion to adjourn?
One sec. One sec. I know you really want to go see that baby because she's so adorable. We did not do this last meeting, and I really apologize for that. But James Sleznick Jr. passed away on April 21st, 2024. And we had been asked to have a moment of silence in remembrance of him. Supervisor Kosmicki, would you like to make any comment? Or
No, I just to reiterate that the Sleznick family, that they're in our thoughts and prayers. And, Jim Sleznick was a pillar of this community, as is his wife, Gail. And just want to let them know that they're definitely valuable to this community, and just want to make sure he's recognized.
Okay, so if we could just have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you everybody for that. And now, Supervisor Zanger, do you want to make a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
I will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for putting up with me today. You guys were great.